Hello, 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 and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I am your host, Jacob Johnson. Welcome, everybody. How are you doing? Yeah, it's art twice in a row. Um, Dave was going to be doing it, but then I was like, we're working on Halloween stuff, and I'm at a point where I want to costume some mice. And you know what's extra fun about that is getting your ideas and creating some fun costumes for some of our favorite mice and putting those into the game for you. It's been a long time since we've actually done any costumes, so I figured it would be pretty fun to be able to do. So hopefully we can end up with a few of them in game. I don't know how many we'll be able to make today. It's going to be a bit of a shorter stream. We have our kind of end of the month huddle happening today because it's the last Friday of the month. So that's at 3 o'clock, which means it's going to be a pretty short stream for Ert anyways. I'm planning on streaming until 2, so I won't be doing my lunch break that I normally have. So we'll go from now and throwing my stylus around. We'll go from now until 2 o'clock, and then that'll be what we can manage today. But before we jump into the art, I actually had a couple of questions. One of them I kind of posed already. Do you have any cool ideas for mice that you would like to see with a costume? Or do you have any fun costume ideas? Or, even better, combination of both. Feel free to share. Obviously, we may only get around to working on one of them today. I don't even know if we'll finish it today. But hopefully, if I get a lot of great suggestions, I can have them in a list somewhere. And me and the rest of the team, we can kind of maybe try and create a few more before we're kind of shifted off of Halloween and onto another project, like Great Winter Hunt. It's just how it goes. Limited resources, limited time, so we do what we can. But yeah, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, this one's mostly for fun. It's not going to impact the gameplay in any way, and so one of the challenges is trying to make it for a character that has enough visibility that it'll be kind of worth putting in the effort. Obviously, we do this just because we think it's fun and for you guys, but yeah, many tentacles. Yeah, Cthulhu-looking mice would be pretty cool. Some mind flayer style, or just even more monstrous. So second question I wanted to pose for you guys. We've been kind of talking internally about some Relic Hunter, the new season, and kind of like what we might try for that. And one of the things we were thinking is, okay, what if we did a new base in the labyrinth, but instead of it being kind of like the labyrinth base, what if we did a Zocor base? And if we did do that, and again, this is like really just kind of very speculative currently, what kind of effect could that have? What would you be interested in seeing for that? Just kind of want to kind of pick your brains, see what you think might be neat, and then we can kind of like see what ideas we had if they were something that you guys would be interested in. We can kind of look at that and analyze that. But yeah, so we have other kind of ideas we're looking at for other rewards, etc. But this is one that I was kind of curious to see what you guys thought. So curious. Okay, I'm gonna try and pay attention to the chat properly here. Yeah, so there was a question about if you encounter costume mice during the event. Basically, it would be, and it's been a long time since we've properly done it, we would add a costume onto a mouse somewhere in the kingdom, and basically anyone who encounters that mouse, they can kind of like look in the journal, open the image, see it in the costume. If you go to your mouse page, you can also see the mouse in costume there. So personally, I would like to try and do it on mice that have a little bit more exposure. Obviously, the floating islands is a potential candidate because a lot of hunters are there right now, so it could be fun to create a costume for mouse there. Um, and yeah, like I don't want to like put in a lot of effort to dress up a mouse that no one kind of ends up catching. Although just being able to look through the mouse page would be fun to see a different one. But it's a little difficult to kind of like let people know that there's something different to even see. So I don't expect people to kind of every event like scroll through the entire mouse library because there's a few, and look for kind of like if there's any that are different would be probably not the best way to go about it. But for now, we're just having fun. Uh, Maybe one of the floating islands today that could be fun. Um, the terrified adventurer baby Yoda look. I like that. That's fun. All right. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, to more accurately answer it. That was a good alert. Non-event mice are the ones that we dress up because event mice already are kind of in theme. So thanks for clarifying that for me and for them. Because yeah, that is a better answer. The pie thief stealing candies instead of pies. I like that too. A Stitch mouse or a costume. So like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. I love that character, by the way. Great character. Um, Halloween Calor would have a lot of visibility. So would a Halloween Bulwark of the Ascent. That could be pretty fun. Have like a very kind of like soft and cute bulwark that's just like their costume of choice is just very kind of like just the most unexpected thing for what that character is. Maybe that could be a lot of fun. Scary, shadowy, cloaked, robotic dragon boss mouse. That sounds pretty awesome. All right, so I've reached the feedback on the base stuff now. I'm pretty far behind in the chat. I apologize for that. So definitely seeing some feedback about increased drops. So like +1 district loot or like the potential of increased oil drops if they do drop. Would probably just use the prestige base anyways, to be honest. I mean, the catch rate with that base is pretty incredible. So I can't blame you there. Super Lantern Charm drop. Hello, Roxanne. The Kite Flyer as the ultimate terror for this Halloween. Now, that's an idea. Actually, I like the Kite Flyer because it's modern content. It's the most recent. A lot of people are kind of like running around in the islands, and that's awesome. So, a lot more people will end up seeing it in their journals. Good. And also because it's the Kite Flyer, it's kind of unavoidable. Any low altitude, you're gonna see that mess with your setup, unless you for some reason have just all of the pirate cheese available to you. And if you do, I'm impressed. But yeah, so the Kite Flyer would actually be a pretty good candidate for a costume because I think a lot of people would end up seeing it, which is awesome. That sounds fun. Zocor base, chance to drop Dragonbane charms would bring more players to the farming Zocor. It certainly would. I would not be opposed to more just Dragonbane charms in my inventory through such a fun base. I don't know if thematically it's a great tie-in, but there's that sun. I thought we were gonna get away because it was very overcast this morning, but I guess it noticed that I was streaming much like Charlie did and decided to come and do its thing. Blind me while Charlie puts her butt on camera. No, she's deciding to lay down under my monitor instead. Maybe she'll do her typical thing of sitting up very suddenly when she's startled and turning off my monitor. All right. Yeah, Kite Flyer with the devil theme. They certainly are just the worst, aren't they? Kite Flyer on a hoverboard. Yeah, the Bulwark as like a Frankenstein's monster. That could be fun. Yeah, I feel like the Bulwark would be an interesting one because a lot of people are doing the prestige pushes, and especially during Halloween, thanks to the aura, I believe a lot of people are planning their runs, saving up some resources, and gonna try and get that really big prestige. I might even try and push it too. I don't know if I have enough to do what you guys tend to, but maybe I'll give it a go. Um, the longest grind in Zocor is getting the shadow plates for the temporal turbine. It'd be really nice to help people get towards that. Yeah, the potential kind of way um, to use a new base. Not specifically sure how we would do it, um, but yeah, I mean, obviously, like having a kind of area specific effect, it makes sense to try and kind of give it the utility that people will kind of like, um, seek hopefully for, a little bit of compression so they can enjoy more current stuff, or to make the experience in that location more enjoyable, stuff like that. Um, and yeah, like I think one of the challenges is making it applicable enough to the audience that goes after the relic um, seasonal rewards. It's a fair amount of work to go and do that, doing all those maps, um, and I personally do it to collect them, and then if there's one that I enjoy using, then it's like, yeah, great, I love that I have this. Um, but yeah, I kind of also want it to be good enough that people will be like, oh, maybe I'll like try and do some extra relic runs to get this thing because ooh, that sounds really useful and fun. Um, so hopefully we have a nice kind of balance, and that just encourages more people to play the game, do maps together, that kind of stuff. It's always a good thing. Um, so definitely useful there. All right. Yeah, okay, so good question. A while ago, there was a talk on Feedback Friday about making the skins on traps remain in play after you upgrade the trap. Any update on that? No update currently. We were very busy, kind of like um, finishing up the floating islands, and kind of basically we gave ourselves a hard deadline for releasing it, but we knew what we were going to kind of like tune up and tweak beyond it. So we've been basically doing that up to this point still. Like there's even other little kind of UI tweaks that we're kind of like fine tuning to give a little bit more feedback where we think it's lacking. But because of how we've kind of like, we're like, no, we really, we have it in a place where it's like we know it can be enjoyed and people can play it, so we can release it like that, and then we can kind of incrementally improve it. And it's a good practice to do. So we haven't had as much time to kind of like step out and kind of address some of those quality of life things, like the idea of being able to apply a skin from a base trap to the upgraded version. Personally, I think that would be really nice. It would definitely take a little bit of work to kind of make sure it wouldn't be a problem to do it. Um, I don't think on the front end for the player's perspective it would be much of an issue, I don't believe, but back end, obviously there's some kind of like systems and stuff that would need to kind of like be figured out properly and make sure we wouldn't cause any problems there. Um, so it's basically in the kind of quality of life features to be discussed when we can manage to have enough time. I know there's lots of things in that docket. Unfortunately, we are a small team and have limited resources. Otherwise, there would be a lot more things that we would kind of tackle like that. And one of the things that I think would be really good is being able to go back and tune up the early areas of the game. I've been for a long time wanting to make an interface, like a HUD for the tribal isles, or change the mechanics there, and the comp clearing is like another area that needs something gameplay wise and a little more direction and stuff like that. We've kind of been trying to do it linearly to get, you know, people who come into the game fresh a little more, you know, like, hey, I know what I'm doing. I have something to like work towards. The adventure book was a big deal, made a big change there. And, you know, so we need to constantly go back and do that. But at the same time, we don't want to drop the ball on giving you guys cool new content like the floating islands, which was a huge endeavor. And then, of course, we have event season coming up now. We're already in the middle of that. And so we need to obviously keep working on all that. There's kind of, you know, the challenges of trying to do as much as possible with as little as we can. So, you know, hopefully one day, and there's like other ways we've considered going about it, which would be a much bigger change, but maybe would even be more open for players to kind of enjoy different trap skins and such. So hopefully we get to return to that soon. Is my very long answer condensed into that snippet. Yeah, so here I am like, oh, it's gonna be a short stream. I only have 3 hours to do a piece of art, and I'm just kind of not using the stylus here that I should be. But I'm gonna try and look at each of the pieces of the chat, and then we can jump into what costume and what mouse. You would like a black cat costume. Doesn't matter what mouse. I like that. Yeah. That seems like something that a mouse would definitely dress up as, because, you know, it'd be like, you know, someone here dressing up as a, you know, either a very cute or a big scary dragon. You know, it's this mythical beast that's awesome, and, you know, a black cat in Narnia would be the equivalent for the mice. So I like it. Greetings from Dublin. Thank you. Hello. Hello to Dublin, Mona. Loving the more gothic work in the past. Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. It's something we like to try and do, is explore kind of different themes and like styles. I know personally for like the next area, I really want to try and go very cute, very cutesy. I know I've said that a lot, and I've kind of like had a few cute characters here and there. And it depends on what theme I'm working in. Like the steampunk, I can't necessarily. Well, I mean, I could, but, you know, Shadow or whatever. Like certain characters, it's like, oh no, but I want to go epic. And I prefer generally going epic on stuff, but I think that I would like to practice my hand at doing really cute stuff. But then, you know, like also going like super gothic on something could be so much fun. But yeah, I'd like to try and kind of like have the groups kind of like have that feeling more and more. And then so, you know, people can kind of like have favorite areas, not just from like mechanics or rewards or that kind of stuff, but also just kind of thematically. It's like, I just love this group of mice. The flavor is fun. And it's so cool that we get to kind of explore it that way as a project. That's not how most games work, where it's like, this is the art style, done. You know, like we'll have different kind of like groups of characters, but like it's always this level of grimdark, or it's always this level of like adorable cutesy. But yeah, we get to kind of like define our own boundaries, and it seems like that's an okay thing for you guys, and so it's extra fun for us artists to get to, you know, try things and push ourselves. So I love that we can do that. Yeah, so that's kind of, I won't talk about themes for next areas, because that is kind of still quite under discussion. We have a few areas we're looking at maybe exploring, have some prototypes and stuff. But yeah, so I think it'd be fun to do some more, like really push my adorable, cute characters if it fits the theme. You know, if it doesn't, then I won't kind of like force it. But I would like to figure out how to do that better. Um, that's kind of one of my goals, I think. And, you know, it's fun. Um, and generally, like, very cute stuff you can end up kind of rendering out a little faster, so we might be able to do more characters or something like that. Who knows? Um, I'm very slow at getting through chat. I'm sorry. Um, like I could have been disconnected for a good 13 minutes and not even know because I haven't scrolled down the chat. Good morning, Sally Sue. See, this is how long this takes me if I'm actually reading every message. All right. Well, thankfully the chat hasn't been zipping by. Um, you're all very respective of my ability to keep up with you. All right. Yeah, Floating Islands does have a lot of cute mice. It's true. A lot of the very cute ones were done by Maxine and Lauren. I did do a few, and I think they're incredible. I really love the very adorable hydro mice and such. They're very fun. Um, unpopular opinion: insects are cute. They can be. They can also be terrifying, but they can be cute. I agree. Um, love the Fort Rocks mice because of that. Yeah, yeah, yay for more cute mice. Um, I don't think anyone can bear to look at the kite flyer. That's a good point. If I just made a costume where they're just like in a cardboard box, would that help? Probably not. Now it's a mouse absolutely destroying your run while just inside a cardboard box flying a kite. Not helpful. Yeah. Oh, the heart of the meteor. Well, thank you. Yeah, that one was really quite fun to render. I did some exploration and pushing with that one. If I'm thinking of the right mouse, pretty sure. The thing is, in my brain, like when I create mice, it has its own name, and then in game, it gets a good name, but like I don't end up connecting those properly. So, all right. Favorite was the Mega Robot. More Mega Robots, please. That was fun. We should bring that back. It's still sitting in the bottom of the ocean. Rodentia. You can see its shadow on the map. All right. Let's see. Get a low tier costume dressed as a boss. For example, the brown mouse as Heart of the Meteor or gray as Dragon. I like that, yeah, because it's like, it feels like the costume that they would want to wear. They would want to dress up as a cool, character from their world or something like that. And so, like, looking up to the Dragon Mouse or something, it'd be like dressing up as Batman. It's like this is like our superhero kind of thing, or whatever. But yeah, it would make sense if like I like the idea of like a mouse dressing up as another mouse. That's fun. So we could try that too. Um, all right. Yeah, jumping spiders are very cute. There's like a little kind of like dancing one. There's a video, and then someone made like a voiceover of one with those big eyes. Ah, it's very cute. That one's the cutest insect. All right. Okay, here we go. I like this one. Costume swap. Terrified Adventure and Bulwark of the Ascent. They both like really like each other a lot, and like they like dress up as each other during Halloween. That'd be really cute. They're best buds. I like that too because they're both like quite meaningful characters in the riff too, right? Like when you encounter one or the other, it's like very much like oh yes, or very much like oh no. So I think that'd be really fun. All right. Have super cute mice with really gritty flavor text. I like it. Yeah, that smirk of the kite flyer. Let's strike the kite flyer's kite with lightning for Halloween. All right, so um, let's see. I have a message in my group chat or my work chat, so I'll make sure I'm not missing anything really quick. And then we can kind of discuss what we want to actually draw today, because there's some good ideas. Ooh, thank you, Michelle. Michelle has created a Larry link for today, and it is wonderful. Thank you very much. Always, always appreciated. So I'll give that out later today. I'm not doing lunch, so I'll give it out before the stream ends for sure. But I think we should probably get started drawing. So, what mouse and what costume? So here's my thinking. Floating islands, most popular right now. And kite mouse, encountered a lot. Frustrating, yes. Could be fun to play around with that though. So I saw people kind of like suggesting that the kite flyer is the bulwark of the ascent of the floating islands. So I was thinking, what if we dressed up the kite flyer as the bulwark of the ascent? Maybe fun. But you guys also raised an interesting point that there will be probably a number of people going into Valor Rift in order to build up their prestige base, because that is obviously quite useful. If you have the base, Halloween is actually a good time to try and push it higher if you have kind of some saved up Rift charms for it. And so a number of people will be trying to do that during Halloween, which makes sense. So, Terrified Adventurer as bulwark, Kite Flyer as bulwark, either of those ideas good. I do want to have you guys make a decision on what we actually draw today. So, kind of wish the Paragons had their own names. Yeah, it's a good point. That might be neat to do. Dress the imposter mouse as the Eclipse. King's Gauntlet is always a popular stockpile location. Yeah, actually, it's not a bad idea. It's clearly an imposter amongst us. I like it. That's pretty funny. Let's see. Oh, okay. Oh, I have been looking at the art channel. Maybe I feel like I did see that. Yeah, Wei did that, didn't he? They, I don't. Let's see. Fan creations. Oh yeah. Yes, I do remember seeing this now. Yeah, the Terrified Bulwark, Adventure of Ascent. I love it. That's adorable. So good. I love their work. So cool. I also quite enjoy this the ambush. We played this game like over a year ago maybe with the dev teams. So that was fun. It's a pretty enjoyable game. All right. Anyways, let's see the bulwark as kite flyer. That's good too. I like that too. All right. Oh boy, that would be hard to do in 3 hours. I mean, I could just start a costume and then it could be fun for you guys to see. Yeah, I mean, we could start a poll. Let's start a poll. So slam your ideas into the chat right now so we can kind of like try and gather them up. And then let's get a poll running. Although I think it looks like, okay. Yeah, Brian has started a poll for kind of like what mouse to costume up first. And that is definitely a good call. Because, yeah, I think these three are actually very strong candidates. The bulwark flying their shield like a kite. Kite flyer stuck to a flying ghost ship. I like that. The Lord of Vampires. The black cat costume, yeah. Cyclops as possessed armaments. I could see a crossover with that. Yeah, yeah, that's the shield as a kite is a very good idea. That's very clever. I'm just trying to think of like how I would do that. Let me pull up the bulwark. And I'll switch my camera over finally. It's half an hour into the stream. This is kind of the standard, I guess. I'll just ramble on for a good half hour before we even attempt to do any artwork. Let's see. Allo Rift. Where are you, folder? Rift Gauntlet, of course. Jacob naming conventions must be confusing. Okay, so Terrified Adventure is named properly. Impressive. It's because it was like, I remade that file for when I was doing some stickers for an event. Oh, the actual original is renamed to be Terrified Adventure. Fantastic. I should probably, like, audit all of my files, spend, like, a good day or two just kind of going through and naming things properly and organizing my files. All right. Like, one of the mice names is GR for like Gauntlet Rift underscore generic extremely difficult .psd. That's the mouse. Good. Oh, man, just looking at some of the mice from the Gauntlet, there's a lot of fun. A lot of fun characters we made. Right. Where are you, Bulwark? Nightmare Guardian is the file name for the Bulwark. Nightmare Guardian. All right. So it is a landscape piece. So we're looking at, you know, having kind of the squashed vertical, which can make it a little harder to have this kite scenario. It would require redrawing the pose significantly. So it's certainly no small order to do, but hey, you know what? It would be a lot of fun, and I think that is what this is about today. I also have the kite flyer here. So let's just take a looky-loo at our characters. We have the kite flyer, who is the bane of everyone's existence, I believe. We have the terrified adventurer, who is just the cutest, and what a helpful friend. Just get right up in those gummy eyes. Just hello. His little skull cap. Little tiny sword that he dropped. He's just a good boy. And then we have this mean character who is just the cruelest and eats hunters' hopes and dreams for breakfast. But I suppose that this character right here, she is kind of the ultimate destroyer of hope. So, yeah. Okay, so my thinking is any of these are good to go. You know, any of these are great candidates. I think that they'll have lots of visibility during Halloween. So now we just need to decide, yeah, what character and what costume would we like on them. So let's see what the votes are at. Okay, so Kite Flyer is ahead by 2 votes over the Terrified Adventurer. So we're at 19 votes for Kite Flyer, 17 for the Terrified Adventurer, and 7 for the Bulwark of the Ascent. Personally, if I end up with enough time, I wouldn't be opposed to actually like doing all 3. I don't think that I'll have that much kind of time before I'm going to be jumping on other. Ooh, the votes have suddenly jumped. Ooh, it's neck and neck. We got 21 on Kite Flyer, 20 on Terrified Adventure, and Bulwark of the Ascent is slowly creeping up there as well. We're at 49 votes. 50 votes. Ooh, they're tied. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so this could be. Oh, got one more for Kite Flyer. I like that this is live. It's fun. I should just pull up the stream as well. There you go. Don't know if you need to see all my wonderful hot bars. Probably best to not, just in case. Let's see. All right, well, Terrified Adventure has pulled it. Oh, Kite Flyer has caught up. Okay, so this is, we might need to give it a few minutes just to see who pulls out ahead in the end, because they are currently tied. So if anyone hasn't voted in the straw poll, please go ahead and vote. I think this is a good indicator that I will probably do 2 costumes this event at minimum. I think the Kite Flyer and Terrified Adventure are both wonderful choices. Yeah, do all of them eventually. Yeah, like maybe not this year, but maybe we'll come back to them next year. You know, the nice thing about costuming characters is it is just kind of one of those things that like we should just be able to kind of like turn them on when, you know, Halloween activates, that kind of thing. Yeah, they don't have to be too elaborate. This is true. And, you know, just it's a fun thing to do. So, you know, it's not like it kind of like generates more revenue for the company or anything. It's just something that I enjoy getting to kind of like add in there as just a fun thing that hopefully you guys can see it and be like, hey, that was nice. So, you know, like spending weeks upon weeks would probably not be ideal. But yeah, you know, a couple hours here and there is certainly worth it in my opinion. Terrified Adventure holding a kite? Or a tattered kite because the Kite Flyer must suffer. I like it. Alright. Yeah, I don't think Bulwark's going to manage to pull it out in the end, but they're certainly a strong candidate for future costumes. And honestly, if the art team is like, hey, I need a new kind of mouse to throw a costume on while we're waiting for other stuff to come through the pipe, I can be like, hey, what do you think of doing this one? So hopefully we'll get them all. Can't guarantee it though. We are already in talks about working on other events and other features and stuff like that, which, you know, will take the art team to kind of tackle. So we shall see what we can manage. But for today, we will at least be costuming up the Terrified Adventure. Seems like that might be the winner today. We have 30 votes on the Terrified Adventure. We have 27 on the Kite Flyer. I'm going to give it 1 more minute to see if that is able to flip in time. But for now, I'm just gonna bring up our good little friend here, and I'm quite happy to kind of give this good boy a cute version of a terrifying character, perhaps, or a terrifying costume on this cute adventure. I don't know. What do we want for this? If we do end up rendering this one today, are we thinking the Bulwark of the Ascent costume? Because I love that idea. I think that's brilliant. And again, yeah, credit to Wave for the original kind of design. I think that is awesome. Got our sphere test. All right. So let's create a folder for the costume. And basically, the way that I usually do costumes is I just draw it directly over top. Because this character has a background and stuff, if I need to kind of hide stuff, I might need to paint in the background, etc. But it shouldn't be too difficult to do. And I don't need to worry about stuff like changing the silhouette. Because if someone hasn't caught that mouse, then there's not really a point in shifting that silhouette just for an event. But we will change the thumbnail so that when you look in your journal, you can see like, oh, there's something different here. So that'll be not too bad. All right. How do you draw a nightmare kite? Kite flyer with a bulwark shield on its back and a terrified adventurer stuck dangling from its kite. That'd be pretty cute. Hang on. I just saw this really fun suggestion. I don't think this will look good, but I'm going to do this just for the amusement factor, because I enjoyed the idea. All right, let's see. This is going to look terrible, but copy that. And maybe I'll flip it. It's perfect. Done. Ship it. It's ready. That's actually pretty great. That alone is the costume. Done. All right, I told you it was going to be a short stream, you guys. I'll get that Larry link for you, and we can sign off today. Yeah, peak costume, I agree. Just leaving the ears out there too. It's like it's when people like have a printout of a face and just hold it up. That's what this is. Make this hand just holding a stick attached to the face. Seriously, keep it. Yeah, it was a good stream, you guys. Yeah, love it. Loving the butterfly ears. Have we done that on a character? Giving them like multiple ears in a configuration? I don't think we've done that. Wait, no, the mutated one of the mutated mice has multiple ears, but not in like this butterfly shape at least. It's good. Mutated gray, that's right. Okay. Oh, all right. You know what? It looks like the office kind of meeting end of month thing has actually shifted to a different date. So that means that we can stream beyond 3. So who knows? Maybe we'll actually get to finish a costume by starting one, or maybe having more than one. All right, so we are at 69 votes, nice, and we are at 32 for the Terrified Adventurer, 29 for the Kite Flyer, 8 for the Bulwark, and I'm locking it at that since, several minutes ago I said that I would check what it was and use that. So it didn't flip, or at least I didn't notice if it did. But we're going to do the Terrified Adventurer. All right, so We're actually going to do art. Believe it or not. It only took 45 minutes. I'm good at my job. All right, so make the terrified adventurer's face look more haggard with piercing eyes. He wouldn't be so cute then. All right, so do we want to do the bulwark of the ascent costume for this cute little ragamuffin? I think that that's a good costume. I love the concept behind it, and especially if I do end up drawing both of them dressed up as each other, it's just too good. It's just too good. Actually, I'm gonna pop out another window. What am I doing? Here we go. Just put that down. I don't normally tabulate my files in Photoshop, so I was like, what am I doing? How do I access these? Like, it didn't seem to make an extra window for it. That's odd. Oh, it did. It's just perfectly lined up. All right. So grayscale window over there, and we'll bring this out, shrink it down, and bring you in. Awesome. All right, we're ready. It is time. All right. So, bulwark of the ascent. So what I'm thinking is, what we could do is give the terrified adventurer kind of like the really cheap plastic looking kind of like uh, version of the bulwark's armor. Um, so like when you go into those kind of like pop-up Halloween shops and they just have those like um, uh, you know silly kind of swords and pirate hooks and stuff that have that like really kind of sloppy paint job on them and stuff like that. I'm thinking like, yeah, really like trying to remember the term for the way they cast the plastic, but it's got that seam on the side. It's like extra chunky and like hollow and just cracks if you like drop it on the ground, kind of thing. Terrified because he sees the kite flyers flying high up in the gauntlet. All right. Make him look like he's trick-or-treating, give him a pumpkin basket. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, so give it the bulwark shield. I like that. But it'll be like the cheap plastic version of the shield. Yeah, I definitely want to like keep this cute face. I don't want to cover it up with the helmet. Maybe the helmet is the basket. Like instead of the pumpkin, it has kind of like the like the kind of bulwark kind of face, kind of like like you'll see trick or treat kind of baskets where it's like Iron Man's face or the Hulk or something like that. Same deal here, right? So it's just kind of got like a bunch of candies in it or something, and it's like here by its side where the sword would be or something like that. So that could be fun. Or, yeah, that's another idea of kind of like maybe it does have that kind of mask, but it's, just kind of sitting propped up on its head. It kind of flipped it up or something. It's got a very Reinhardt vibe to it with that kind of crest thing going on there. All right, so yeah, maybe it's like it has kind of the mask and then it kind of flips it up to like, whoa, look up like that. So it could be that. Give him a basket of candles and a wizard hat. Let's try it. It could be fun to have like a big floppy wizard hat on it. And, yeah, like basket of a bunch of candles or something like that. It's gonna go concoct some powerful wizardry spells. That's a cute idea. What else? Terrified adventurer Chopperwork's head is using it as a basket. Oh no. All right. Candies instead of candles. Okay. That would probably work too. Feels a little more trick-or-treaty that way, right? Could put like a cauldron of candies here in front of them, or I kind of like it replacing the sword for the trick-or-treat thing. So that, like maybe it dropped. It's like a little collection of candies, like it dropped its sword and they just kind of spilled out onto the cobble. That's kind of fun because he like the character is very kind of like just overwhelmed with seeing something up there. So I like that it would still be kind of like absent-mindedly dropping this thing that it should probably be a little more careful about. Thankfully they're all individually wrapped. Not too much rift magic seeped into the candies. Yeah, and I feel like the shield could be replaced with something else thematic. Like someone suggested a broom, or it could be like a wizard staff or something like that. If we wanted to like lean into the wizard idea. Something like that could work. Oh yeah, fake beard. It's got to be just kind of hanging loose. Yeah. A wizard beard. Right now it's a very Santa Claus beard. So it's got to be more like wispy to be a proper wizard beard. Maybe it'd be more on the face. But it's just like ill-fitting or something. That's pretty cute. Not gonna lie, it's pretty cute. Magic dust sparkles. That's pretty good. Slowly becoming Gandalf. Basically, yeah. You shall not pass. That's how the terrified adventurer looks up to the bulwark of the ascent. Just plays out that scene. Calorous smog. Love it. Gandalf the Adventurer. Okay. This is pretty good. This is pretty strong. Pretty strong. And I think if we did do this, I would still love to have that kind of crossover between the bulwark and the adventurer, and in that case, you know, just having bulwark dress up as the terrified adventurer somehow would be pretty stellar. They don't both need to kind of do that joke. So, and what do we think? I feel like this is a pretty decent costume. It probably will be relatively fast to render as well, which is nice. I think I'll see what I can do with the bulwark costume really quick, because I'm personally curious to see what that would look like. If I can kind of give it that like really cheap costume look, that could be fun to figure out. But this is pretty good. It's pretty strong. Sound the horn. All right, I like that. Yeah, the head replacement on the bulwark is pretty good. Or yeah, there was the idea of having the bulwark emulating the kite flyer, being like, oh, I wish I was that cool. They're the true monster. The bulwark is the one holding the candy for trick-or-treaters. It's just like giving out the candy. It's like the best bud to all of the mice in the tower. I love it. That's actually brilliant. All right. I like that. So I think it could be, you know, like a combination of like either, you know, the terrified adventurer or kite flyer, but then also giving out candy. So I'm gonna, because I think it'd be fun. Maybe I won't get around to it this year, but it's an idea to kind of put in that idea bank. All right. Love my Jacob scribble where I like try and write letters out of order, and they just kind of mash into just smashed something. And to me, I'm like, yep, that's how it's spelled. To anyone else looking at it, it's like, that's just a scribble where letters should be. Good. All right. All right, so the head replacement on the bulwark is brilliant. I like the idea of it just having kind of this printout. It'd be fun. And handing out candy. I love it. Let's see. Two images can be an extended scene. Yes. Terrified Adventurer is admiring the bulwark. Basically, you know, if they're both looking at each other, it's like this cute little kind of terrified adventurer dressed up, like, wow, wow. And then the bulwark is just like offering candy to it and being like, I think you're the best, wearing its face as a costume. An odd scene, but a wonderful one. All right. Let's see. Bulwark is handing out candy, but standing on the stone slammer trap needs to be double-edged. All right, all right. Don't forget to save. That's fair. That is fair. Boop. That'll be fun, like coming back and looking through the base files and being like, when did the Terrified Adventurer grow a beard? Because I'm just using the original file. Sometimes I would like flatten it, start a new file, but I don't think I need to bother with that. It's just like a group on top, right? So as long as I'm not actually going into the original drawing and having to adjust that, I'll keep it as its own file, or as the same. Let's see. Ah, the headless bulwark with the kite flyer's head under the arm. That's actually kind of cool too. We add some effect to the Terrified Adventurer shield. I think if we do this character here, I won't have the shield. But if I do the bulwark, then yeah, I would change the shield and maybe make it kind of magical or something. Or look at least a little more like the bulwark's version. So what I might try is just really quickly, anyways. Just, actually, there's a better way to do this. I can just modify the file. Now, I should probably make a new file now that I'm being like, well, you know what if I just do it this way? There the shield is. Ah, it's got little nubbins hiding. Ah, that's fine. I have a different way I can tackle that problem. I just create a clipping mask and get rid of them that way. Alright, so what I might end up doing is changing that hand entirely. So I would change kind of like the pose. So let's explore this. First I'm going to actually give it a different file so I don't mess myself up if I ever have to come and use the original. Alright, saved. Good. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so let's try this. We are going to turn that layer on so I can actually work with it. Alright, so I'm going to pull up the bulwark as my reference and put it on my other screen. Accidentally grabbed a layer instead of the file. Moved it over to my main monitor. Now I can just kind of look over and see it as reference. So I'm just going to quickly try and kind of capture the essence of the bulwark. So it has kind of these huge shoulder pads, and I want to like make them look ridiculous on this little guy. So let's go even bigger. Might not even be big enough. Maybe they need to be like out here, where he's like just kind of absolutely drowning in them. I might have to change the hands and the ears to kind of make it work a little better, but so I kind of have these like gem type things on them, and that might be a bit much. I think I'll pull that back actually. I think it might work where they're just huge, but not so unwieldy that, you know, it just kind of covers up the character. completely. Don't need to do that to them. Still want to enjoy their adorable pose. Their hands are very short, or their arms are very short. So I need to kind of like take into account for that. So I might actually compress these even more. So they're like, if you took a picture of it and then just squash the picture, so they're going to be like, you know, they'll stick out a lot this way, but then they're just kind of like mashed down to be just kind of a quick sketch of the idea. And that's kind of like how costumes work, you know. You're just kind of like giving the concept of it, not actually a solid representation of it necessarily. You know, like a silly costume sword wouldn't be a good idea to make it, you know, like actual sword proportions. Not only would it be much like less durable if they did, but you know, it would actually be more risky for someone playing around with it. The big kind of silly, clunky swords are kind of, you know, poorly designed so that they're a little safer. All right, so the shoulders kind of have these like not teeth, but like castle, not buttresses. I don't know what the term is for them. Let's see. I'll grab maybe this kind of color just to be able to see what the heck I'm trying to create, not having it just be this dark silhouette. But yeah, so kind of like those the turrets on the wall of a castle. It has those kind of, you know, ramparts. I don't know. I'm sure it's in the chat already, but you have like the arrow slits and stuff. But like soldiers can kind of like peek out from behind these as defensive kind of positions. That's kind of the theme on the sides of those shoulder plates. So right now, I'm not getting very strong vibes of the bulwark yet. But I think a lot of it is in the shield, maybe. So if I give them like the big beefy shield here, right, and it has that kind of eclipse symbol on it. That's kind of the identifier for, you know, the people who are like, oh, what costume is that? It's got that very obvious kind of like, oh, okay, I get it. That's the, you know, Boba Fett helmet look, or you know, that kind of quick identifier, the signature of the character. So it's kind of got these borders, and then so that like that's easily kind of like, okay, that's probably the bulwark shield, and it doesn't need all the crazy details to make it work, but you know, we could probably spend a little time and make that extra accurate. Yeah, it does. With the collar, it looks like Dracula. Yeah, I like that. That's funny. A bit baggy, too long, tripping over the bottom of the costume. Yeah, I love the idea of it being an ill-fitting costume. I should try and push that a bit more. So let's see. Maybe I can make these shoulders like ridiculous. And I mean, this is like just a quick sketch of it. I'm not kind of tied to this. I'm not totally convinced it's working currently. I almost feel like I do need to like move its arms so that I have a little bit more visibility, and then also the ear, because that ear is like so good, but the way it lines up with what I might want to do with the shoulder, it's a little bit difficult. It kind of, you know, lines up a little too well, and it just gets eaten up. And when I do the coloring on it, that's going to change things a fair amount, I think. So I might not need to worry about the readability of those two objects in the end, but right now it's posing a significant issue. Let me choose that brush, thank you. So I'm just trying to give a little more what the final render might look like so I have a better idea of what I'm working with. Because just a really quick loose sketch I wasn't happy with. It also has kind of like this kind of like writing on the side. I'll just kind of fake that for now. All right, let's see. Yeah, it is supposed to look cheap. That's true. Hold the fake shield with both hands. Went out and bought 2 of them, knowing that they would drop one behind and forget about it. It could be fun. I do love the idea of it like having a trick-or-treat basket and then like it like spilled it over because it was too distracted. So I think I'll make the ear disappear right now, just so that I can see how that's going to read. I'll just hide that really quick. All right, so I feel a little bit better about that. The shoulder is kind of a little more clear. I think I'll even make it kind of have a more defined shape. It's like basically just like way oversized football shoulder or torso kind of gear, whatever it would be called. So yeah, it's all right. Let's see. I'll also hide the sword. And do this on a different layer. Now, do we make it the bulwark head idea or the basket? That might be less understandable if it just has this bulwark head laying there. But it might not be too bad. Oh, it's so warm right now. All right, and let's just give it some candies. And we're kind of still just sketch phase for this. Get some more orange and brown. All right. And it needs like a handle. So you know that it's like one of those baskets. So that's not terrible. I don't know if I'm totally sold on this idea, but it's fun. All right. So that's kind of the concept here. What do we think of that? I think the wizard's pretty cute and fun. So I'll leave it up to you guys to let me know what you would want me to pursue. So there's bulwark, wizard. All right, let's see. Costume must cover his whole body, adding claws to its nails. Yeah, it does have those claw, the fingertips. Costume looks like it's made for a mouse size larger than him. That's why it looks like he's crying. It's too heavy. I love it. Yep, if worse comes to worse, you can always give him a Super Saiyan wig and an orange shirt. That's pretty good too. Just doing the scream. Wizard wins by a long shot. All right. Do like the idea of someone had earlier using all of those objects, so the wizard hat, pumpkin bucket, etc. I feel like people like the wizard, and they're not wrong. It's very cute, and cute is good. And we could still, if we wanted, just have a little nod to the bulwark where it's like it has that kind of the bulwark visor kind of look to it. And we'll know. Yeah, maybe let's do the wizard, and then if I have the time, I'll try and make the bulwark look a little bit like the Terrified Adventurer or Kite Flyer or something. That could be a lot of fun. I do want to do a costume for the Kite Flyer though, and now I'm not sure what I would do for that costume. I mean, maybe the Kite Flyer is the bulwark. That would work too. I think that was kind of the original idea for the Kite Flyer potentially, where it's like flying the shield and something like that could be fun. Oh yeah, there's the black cat costume too. Sparkling effect on his eyeball. Try that. It won't look like much on the sketch layer, but if we remember to do it. Just a twinkle in his eye. I don't know how to do an eye twinkle. Maybe just kind of more magical and sparkly. Yeah. Maybe. Didn't mean to use that. that extreme an eraser. All right, so yeah, Bulwark Basket still kind of delivers on that like relation, which is fun. And I can definitely add some details to that basket to like make sure it's clear. Like the visor is one thing, but you know, like there's all these kind of like shapes and symbols and stuff. You know, like the edges of this. There could be just kind of the like cuts of the shield in the side of the visor. It kind of has those kind of red glowing orbs. So if this had kind of those red orbs as well, stuff like that. Like we could really kind of like have a lot of kind of language on it, or that like the eclipse kind of sigil with the kind of light beam and the eclipse over top of it. That's another one. So lots of options to make that work. So that's good. All right. I'm feeling like maybe we'll move his hand so that he's kind of like holding the staff up a little bit more. I feel like that might look nice. So we'll make a selection for that. Move the kite maybe out a bit, and we could even make it a little bigger then. And is the hat bumping up against it? Why, yes, of course. He's very, very absent-minded, adorable little guy. So make that kind of shield, or the staff just a bit further out. And then I'm going to get rid of that hand. Ooh. Stay on the correct layer, please. And then I'm actually going to bring that ear back. Cool. Alright, nice. Nice. Alright, and I guess I could just make this hand example really quick. So its shoulders are kind of going up here and maybe here. Something like that. It lines up a little too good with the ear there. But honestly, I kind of feel like that ear could move a little bit down. So let's see if I can grab that. Make a selection of that ear. I can just copy that, paste it higher up because it's conflicting with other parts of the character. Just go behind the head at least. There we go. Alright, now what am I thinking? I'll just okay, no, that is fine. Alright, I'll bring it back up because it needs to go in front of that hand. Now I'll increase it size and then bring the hand back. Yeah, it should be fun like that. And now back to the clipping mask and paint this back in. good enough. I'll have to tweak it a little anyways. Cool. All right, that works. Oh, it's so warm, you guys. Why is it so warm? I think my building has the heat on. It's a bad idea. It is not time. Leave that behind. There we go. I'm happy with that. All right, so I think we have our design, and I love it. So now I'm going to just actually start to render this and make it look nice. But first, I think I'm going to make a coffee. It's not lunch yet, and because we're not doing the meeting today, I will do my lunch at my usual time. And I suppose that is only in half an hour, so I could hold off on the coffee thing for now and just kind of wait until lunch. Okay, so question. Yeah, I'll just hold off for the coffee. This hat is clearly way oversized, which is good. Does it look like it's kind of like flopping, draping on his noggin? Kind of feel like maybe it's just like floating weirdly, but I don't want to cover the face very much. So I'm thinking, what is the best way to kind of like make it look like it's just not even close to fitting? I think if I rotate it down where it's like behind him even more, that might be good. Right? So it's kind of fallen, like just his forehead is holding it up because it's like smushed onto there. But if that's the case, it like the brim is super wide, right? Like mouse hat, you know, it's huge. So if it is kind of like sitting on the forehead right here, there's a good chance it should just flop over his face completely and cover it. So I am kind of just cheating it a bit, I think, in terms of being super realistic. But I don't want to do that too far. So I think I'll pull this in a little bit more and drop this down and like make this very kind of folded and wrinkled back here. And another thing is should he have like some robes on? Yeah, I'm worried about like, I don't want to cover the eyes, you know? Like a lot of the character is in the eyes there. I mean, maybe it could be a little bit. I don't know. Maybe just one. Yeah, robes for the feet sound good. And there was a good suggestion about making it like way oversized, so they're just like stepping on them and probably tripping on them, which is just how these costumes have to be. You know, you don't pay stupid amounts of money for a bad costume from those pop-up shops without it being extremely inconvenient somehow. That's just what they're for, right? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe just the edge. Okay, I definitely prefer to see the eyes, but I really want to make it feel good and floppy. Maybe it is just a case of kind of like the edge definition of it here. Kind of looks like a big mushroom now, which is perfect. Those little spines of the mushroom. It's cute. Kind of works. All right. Let's see. What else? Yes, the robes. The robes. They must be in my finest wizard garb. Alright. So the way the robes will work is probably just like a bunched up fabric and you don't even see the feet. And we'll have kind of like some, you know, stars and moons on it or something like that to be like, yep, this is a wizard. Something like that. Right? Only a wizard could get away with wearing something so cool as this. Just a whole bunch of moons all over it. Candles in the beard sounds extremely dangerous. Be a cool wizard, though. Alright. Honestly, I don't need to change much for the beard from this sketch layer. So I might cut that out when I get around to rendering that. What is this? Oh, right. It was like a quick sketch of the hat from the profile view. I was like, why did I do a sparkle like that? Did a cat step on my keyboard and somehow draw that? I don't understand. Alright. He's pretty cute. I like him. Cat sparkle. I'm a wizard cat. He says very cutely. Wizard cat. Definitely wizard cat. Just when you thought they were the cutest, they became even cuter. A cat wizard. With its toe bean staff. Toe beans. Yeah. All right. This this is now a mouse who is dressed up as all of its favorite things at once, and I love him. Cat Wizard would have one of those like pom poms on the end of a string attached to its hat, wouldn't it? So if it gets bored, it can just attack its hat. It would want to dress up as a cat because they're the most terrifying creatures that like exist in their lore. It's like dressing up as a vampire, but a cute vampire, or as like a monster of some kind. It's this the the terrified adventurer is dressing up as its greatest fear. Exactly, it's overcoming its fear. Right, that is exactly it. Hey, Wash. Good boy. Oh yeah, the strap from the helmet's still peeking you. That's probably fair to hide. I'd probably just do that on this layer. I'm probably just gonna like work on these layers until they kind of fit. Um, yeah, exactly. Listen, the Terrified Adventurer has a lot of like hobbies and stuff they like. They're just being efficient or indecisive. One cannot discern the true nature of the Terrified Adventurer. All I know is he's super cute, and that's great. I suppose he would have kind of the robes kind of dangling off his arms here. Cool. All right. I think that is. Yeah, there you go. Only one Halloween per year, but so many things he wants to dress up as. A poor thing. You're a wizard adventurer. That's good. All right. That's awesome. Very cool. All right. I'm excited for a thing that Maxine's been working on. It's very cool. Looks awesome. All right. Still doesn't look. Still don't like the beard. That's just too much. I mean, we can tone it down for sure. Do we want to try toning the beard down? I think what I'm going to do is start to actually render out parts of this so that I am not just working on a messy sketch this whole time. So it's going to look a little weird. I'm going to knock that back. I guess I can't knock it back that much. But I'm going to make the hat on its own layer. And there are a few ways I might try to do this. I'll do one where it's behind the mouse, and that'll be the back part of the hat, the brim here. And I'll just use this color for now. I just quickly grabbed whatever color. Does not matter. I need to go darker then. Why is that so light? What's going on? Is it just the sketch is that powerful? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, I get what's happening. Good enough. I just need to fill in the silhouette, really, so I can draw other stuff where that is. You're right. And then in front, I'm going to have the hat. And that. Just do is this kind of purple here. Yeah, it's a fine enough color for now. I'll do it in front of the sketch. Actually, no. Lower the sketch down. And I'll do it this way. This is better. You can actually see what's happening now. Probably shouldn't have chosen a color that's this close to the background color. But it's different enough that I can see it. Hopefully it's visible to you guys. So we have 20 minutes, so I think we can kind of like fill in this sketch and kind of get all my flats and resolve any other kind of sketch issues with it, and then we'll be able to kind of like start the rendering when I'm back from lunch. It's perfect. That flop down even more there. All right, so it's wonderfully oversized, very silly hat. It's quite dark, so I'm actually gonna lighten that up and just do that, I guess. I don't know. It's probably a better way to do this, but I'm going for some speed. So I'm doing some kind of quick, almost quick hacks, if you will. But in the end, I'll render it out nicely, so it shouldn't matter too much. So there's kind of like enough definition that I can kind of tell what everything's supposed to be, like where the folds might kind of show up and how they interact with the light, etc. So I think that's okay. I'll darken the inside of the folds in the ear there a bit more. It's probably a bit too much though. I just need to bring a little more definition to the edge of it so I can just give it a quick little rim light. And again, I'll be cleaning all this up when I actually get to kind of the more rendered states for it. Adorable. Yeah, the hat isn't quite very good. The wrinkles aren't working for me, but I'll work that a bit. Get a little more kind of thickness in the brim there. Of course, I'll probably change the color of everything here. Let's deal with this wrinkle. Make that kind of work a little better, hopefully. I think the silhouette is a little confusing. Maybe need to consult my sketch. Not really helping that. I might kind of change the silhouette a little bit because it doesn't quite feel like it needs. It's folding how it might need to. But we'll see. I'm gonna move on from this part and start to address other parts. Look at this weird noodle arm. It's monstrous. Little noodle arm. That's our boy. Yep. Tia really wants to make sure we shall not pass. That's right. That seems like, yeah, exactly. That's something that I was a bit worried about, is it feels like it doesn't actually sit on his noggin. To do that properly, though, I'm worried we would have to just like really just kind of bury the character in the hat, right? Like just kind of like that, which is cute. Not opposed to doing that if we want it. Let's see if I grab that and that. Like that at least technically feels like it's, you know, sitting on the head a little bit more. The cat ears don't quite work there. I'm a little sad we don't get to see his big, juicy, terrible eyes. We could do something more like that, maybe. Maybe like that, where it's just the one eye is kind of obscured, and then I could have the brim kind of flare out here a bit more instead. And that certainly feels a little bit more like it's sitting on the head. Yeah, covering the one eye is pretty cute, isn't it? All right, well, let's go for that. Does it completely cover the one eye? That might be too much. Worried that like I had it just right and then I moved it back and now I'm not gonna get it as good as I had it. The big point up, I like that. Yeah, it's got a Cthulhu arm. Kind of want the nose to peek out a little bit, maybe. Yeah, this might work. I might have this eye closed. Not sure. Rotated more, less. I don't think it helps to be super rotated. Push it over to the side maybe is good. I'd say, okay, well, maybe this is it right here. That's probably okay like that. It certainly looks like it's sitting more on his head. And then, yeah, I'll just have that eye closed because, you know, probably has the brim sitting directly on the eyeball otherwise, and that doesn't sound very nice. And then I think I'll have the brim kind of flaring out this way instead. So I'll come down to the bottom of the hat, grab that color. All right, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I like it. Sweet. And I think I'll tweak the shape of the hat now. Actually, I'm not feeling that right now. So if I make it stand up a little more, I could do that pom-pom thing, which I think is kind of silly and cute. I don't know why, but I like it. So let's see. This kind of pokes out here and does something more like that. It's like very kind of whimsy magic feeling because it's like, why would anyone have a hat shaped like that, right? This makes it feel still fairly strange, wizard. Then, oh, okay. Can do that kind of pom-pom thing if I want it. I don't know if I'll keep that, but it's kind of fun. I feel like maybe the hat should be like orange. I don't know. More Halloween colors that way. Yeah, it at least reads better than the floppy one at a minimum, but it also feels a little more wizard to me. We can always come back to that. I think we will once we've kind of done the robes, because I feel like the robes are going to want to have the same kind of design as the hat. So that'd be good. But I will come back to that. So I don't want to spend too much time on that, especially if I'm just going to render over it. So let's jump onto a different part. Let's do the staff. Oh, that's a neat idea. The spiraling staircase pattern on the hat to represent the tower. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Let's see what message I have here. Um, let's see, we're at 4 minutes to lunch. Didn't end up getting the flats in everywhere. Got a little caught up with the hat. That's okay. It's worth it. All right. For the staff, we'll just go with like a light ash color for now. We can choose the color after. It should be above the hat. And then we'll have the robes and the hands either in front of this layer or have it kind of erased in those spots. But I think because there aren't a ton of layers just doing everything everywhere, might be fine to just have those layers on top of this one. Because I don't think the hat needs to interact with any of the other parts, so it should be okay. Yeah, having the robe and the hand. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. If I have the robe in front here, the arm back here is going to be a bit weird. I'd have to maybe do it in multiple layers, and that's fine. No worries there. And then the beard would be above all that, so that's okay. Any symbols on the hat? Yeah, I think we'll put symbols on the hat, but we'll do that once we've kind of figured out the robes, I think, because it's fun to make those match, probably. So that's the hat and the staff. Let's see if we can quickly do the hand. And that'll be definitely a layer below the staff. Although the hand up here is in front, so maybe I would do it in 2 parts. I don't know. I guess let's just do it in multiple parts. Technically, that's the correct way to do things. I should probably hide this layer right now. It's kind of messing with my silhouette that I'm trying to create. Alright, so he's got pretty nubby fingers. So I'm not sure if I want them to wrap all the way around the staff. Kind of helps to make it feel cumbersome if he can't quite get his hand around it. That's my lunch alarm going off. Alright. So yeah, we'll have this hand be its own layer. And then yeah, I'm not even going to let the finger and thumb touch, I think. It'll be just barely gripping it. It'll be more fun. Especially with its nubby little paws. Seems like it's a struggle to be this little guy. Now it's cuter. this finger just kind of wrap a little bit further around. I swear I'm about to go on lunch. Okay. And sweet. Still has a creepy noodle arm. We'll fix that when I return. But give this a save. Very important though. I gotta give it its proper toe beans. Very important. All right. So I think I'll turn up the sketch just so that we can see what the intention of the design is, but I'll erase the hat because I'm pretty happy with what we've kind of figured out thus far, so I can just kind of extrapolate from the rendering and work that. Same with the staff. I don't think I need the sketch over that. All right, awesome. So we're gonna go on lunch. Give this a save, and I'm gonna. Oh wow, I chose like a pink that's the exact same value as the staff. So if you look at this in grayscale, it just vanishes. That's terrible. I'll obviously be changing that, but give that a save, and I'm gonna go on lunch. So put up a timer, and that way you'll know exactly when I return. So that's a going. And shrink that just a little bit, and bring that back up. We can put this on top so I don't accidentally hide it again. Cool. All right. Well, I'll be back, and we will continue this wonderful little character. And I'll have a pretty good Larry link for you. Larry's being a little extra generous, it seems, which is wonderful. I'm all for it. But I'll see you guys in 1 hour. All right, until then. Time for coffee. Right. And we are back. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. It is time to continue the costuming. Um, so, actually, while I was on lunch, I was chatting with the team. I shared some of the kind of feedback about the base that we talked about at the beginning, and we had some follow-up questions for you about the Zocor base idea, just throwing some ideas around, seeing what might be interesting. We were wondering if there would be um, how you guys would be in terms of interest for something that could impact the stealth mechanic of Zocor. So, two ideas would be idea number one is it has a chance to kind of preserve your stealth. So you would get to basically stay in the Zocor phase even longer and collect more loot by the end, basically. And then an alternate idea, yes, Larry Link coming up immediately after this. Uh, idea two would be basically um, your base causes the stealth to burn up faster, but you drop the same amount of loot within a shorter time span. So basically, you'd be able to cycle through that phase faster and basically start a new run. You wouldn't end up with extra loot, whereas the one that would preserve stealth would end up with extra loot, but you'd be hunting in that phase for longer. Um, yeah, so just kind of curious to see what people would be more interested in, and how that would kind of affect that. Because yeah, I think like in some areas having that kind of like compressed speed up feels great, but then in like Zocor specifically, it is kind of like the cash out phase of the whole labyrinth. So being able to kind of like stick around longer and get more stuff is potentially more exciting and rewarding for people. But because of kind of like those different angles, we're kind of curious as to like what you guys think specifically. So, all right, and I'm grabbing up the Larry link and copy link, and I'm pasting it in. Boop, boop. There we go. Larry link is up. And now, for anyone watching it, I'll throw that into my art page, and you can get the link there and share it around. Don't really like the Labizo course, so don't care either way. Fair enough. Yeah, I probably won't be using it like a whole lot. I'll probably be trying to get it for collection purposes. But if I end up going back for stuff, who knows? Maybe we'll like add a dirigible skin where you need kind of labby loot to build it or something fun like that. Maybe I would put like arm it for that purpose or something. Or if I wanted to kind of like change it up and go back there and do that, could be nice to have. But yeah, I'd like to know how you guys would be interested in the mechanics if we decided to do that. What would be more enjoyable for you guys? Okay, so yeah, I mean it's not an item to fix it. Like we don't view it as a broken thing. But for the um, the mapping, uh, why can't I think of it? What is it called? The Relic Hunter seasons, we like to have kind of those limited edition bases as the reward for kind of completing maps and kind of like, reaching those goals. And so for those ones, it is a little easier to kind of give them area specific kind of mechanics so that they can be, a little more specifically useful, instead of just always kind of like being like, well, here's the next most powerful trap or base. It's really hard to kind of like add a lot of bases and make them interesting and useful without kind of like giving them a little something special. So, uh, Zocor seemed like something we could try there, and so we're just exploring right now. But thank you for the feedback, much appreciated. Um, all right, yeah, likes both ideas, and then I think people would prefer spending less time in Zocor. Yeah, I mean that's um, my own kind of like personal perspective. I like the idea of the compressed speed, but like I also totally agree that like it's a little different than just kind of like speeding up an area in general. It's you know kind of like making the the bar that you work so hard to fill up deplete faster, and would that feel bad? And like you're rushing out of your reward zone, so it might not feel as good as it sounds. So yeah, that's kind of the perspective we're thinking about. Um, hmm. All right. Well, with that, I think I'll pass along if anyone has any other thoughts on that. Feel free to share. Or hey, if you have like cool base ideas, I'd love to hear them. Just kind of like, hey, what if we did a base for this zone and it maybe had like this kind of effect? That would be neat. Always good to have kind of more ideas for us to draw upon. Um, so feel free to share those. That would be lovely. All right, so we're going back into costuming. All right, so I think I'll do the robes next. Um, the, the bucket is kind of like I can do that anytime. The robes will be useful to finish off this arm at least. And then I'll definitely need to do the robes before the beard, I feel. Well, I guess it's not definitely, but I just feel like that order is easier for me to kind of like make work. And then with the beard, honestly, I feel like it's just going to use this sketch layer and I'll just kind of, render it to fit everything else. Um, so that's good enough. All right. Oh, interesting. So like burning stealth to get random district materials instead of just that one. That's kind of neat. Yeah, that's what I was thinking for like the veterans being able to spend less time is better. But yeah, for new players, people like working through the area and aren't just doing Minotaur runs only kind of thing. I definitely agree that kind of like being able to spend more time and get more out of your stealth is better for them. So certainly, turbo base. Yeah, I mean it doesn't need the robes and the beard. This is true. Um, could even just change this scarf into kind of like a more adventurer's kind of wizard robe, but like just draped over the shoulders. Um, and that still feels kind of like cute little wizard. But I mean, also tripping on his pajama robes, pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, no, I've seen people discussing the four-player maps, and I even kind of like uh, mentioned it in the Discord, kind of talking about how um, there's kind of like different reasons for it, but also obviously there's a fair number of groups of people who have kind of like five people that they like to do map, or four other people with them that they like to do maps with, and so by making it a four-person map, it is basically saying, hey, you need to go and like choose who of your friends to exclude, and that's kind of something that I think was maybe not considered properly when we had kind of figured out how to balance the economy of that map, because it's pretty significant how it can impact the the economy of the area. So there's stuff to kind of figure out, but we're definitely looking into it, and there's some kind of like stuff that we're discussing. So I'm sure Dave will talk more with you guys about that when it's appropriate to. But yeah, we're aware of it, and I totally understand. And yeah, no, I honestly I I like the way we're kind of looking at that. So, but yeah, I don't want to speak any more about that because honestly, I'm not sure what will be done about it if we do anything specifically. So, I don't want to really kind of speak any further on that because I do not know what's gonna be the case for that. But be aware that yeah, we understand. Um, mhm. Yeah, like one of the thoughts behind the 4 players is because you have to do 8 runs in total, and so that splits it into kind of 2 people, or sorry, 2 runs per person, which is kind of cool. But even with 5 people, it kind of almost makes it work that way, anyways, because you still need to do a full run each in a sense. So it doesn't necessarily make it uh, significantly different. Like one person might just do 1 run, or 2 people end up on the same run together or something, and there's kind of a little bit of kind of lowered efficiency in that regard. In which case, the idea of kind of having 4 people running the zones and then the 5th person collecting the seals is a pretty neat perspective to have on that, and I think that's pretty cool. I also expect that there will definitely be people who kind of like have their 4 working through maps, and then they sell that 5th slot or something like that. But that's up to the players to decide how they would run that. But that's of course kind of not here nor there right now, so I'm not going to speculate any further. But there's definitely some interesting discussion and thoughts around the whole thing, and so I like kind of the ideas and thoughts behind it all. I think it's all quite clever and very interesting to kind of dig into what it all, how it all works together and how it impacts the experience. So, all right. So I'm going to do the robes. So I'm going to knock this down. I can't knock it down too much because the background is just noisy. It kind of makes it hard to see what I'm trying to draw. So that'll be behind, no, in front of the staff. Okay, so what I'm thinking is if I do 1 layer in front of the staff and then 1 layer behind the staff, I can have this staff in between, and then the layer behind the staff can be this arm. The robe can come out in front here. Actually, you know what? No, I think it should all just be behind this staff because of it kind of like spilling out here, and then this will just kind of cut a silhouette of the knee just fine. So I'll have it all behind the staff. Technically, I could just make it on the same layer as this hat. Just trying to think of if there's any reason why I shouldn't do it that way. Nothing really kind of comes to mind, so I'm just going to go for it. So I don't really need to worry too much about getting this chin good. I did it on the wrong layer. Brilliant. Don't know how I managed this. Oh, that's so light. I have to... You know what? I'll make it up as I go, I think. Or I'll grab this darker color for now. At least let me see what I'm trying to do. It's a little easier to work with. I was worried I'd have to kind of like render behind the ear back here and stuff, but honestly, with the beard and the robes together, there's just this part of the ear that's visible, so I don't need to really worry too much about that. Right, let's see. For the Labby Zocor base, percent chance to insta-catch area mice and percent chance random related area item drop. Okay, so nothing to do with kind of like the stealth speed, but more kind of just like, hey, this really kind of like adds to the effectiveness, and I like the random drop idea. That's pretty neat. That could be nice, because then it's kind of like you don't need to necessarily try for a very specific uh, uh, district when you're doing a run, because you know, like maybe with it balanced well, the random drops will kind of like allow you to just maybe even it out a little bit. Oh, did new. Looks like he's wearing a kind of like one of those smocks for getting his hair cut. Just coming in for a nice little trim. All right. Fill that in there. Need to try and look at the silhouette now that I don't have the mouse kind of torso and try and make it read cleanly enough. I think I want to pull it in just a little bit. It's kind of got the Wicked Witch of the West vibes going right now. Just need to give him those stockings. I'll get you, my pretties. Just so many themes going on with this character. Alright. Now that we have that blocked in, I can give it a little more dimension. A little more kind of color. I don't know, do we like the purple as kind of the base color anyways? We don't need to stick with that. It's just kind of what came out of it. It kind of is not a bad color scheme to work with just because of the blues and the reds in this piece. It kind of keeps it a little more harmonious. Lots and lots of wrinkles in this. It's way oversized. Like the purple. I mean, sometimes it's just hard to go wrong with purple. Yeah, the cat ears are a little bit wonky. I'm gonna address those. I think I'll once I've kind of like blocked in everything, I'll tighten it up. I think it's probably just better better spent just kind of making sure everything's where it needs to be to start, and then I can kind of fix weirdness in the drawing. Because without all the other elements in the piece, it can be a little bit more difficult to actually like know where it needs to end up in the end. It's good to be able to kind of step back and see it all as one piece, because maybe the beard ends up kind of like changing how I want to do the robes, and then that ends up changing how I want to do the hat in the end. But yeah, like the ear, it doesn't match this other ear. And one thing I'll do right now is just give this a flip, and that'll help kind of like freshen our perspective on it. And right now I'm like, whoa, that looks really weird, and that's a bad sign. When you see something flipped and it suddenly is like, that looks wrong, then that's a very good sign that something is wrong. You're just kind of a little too used to looking at it, so you know it's hard to see that. So, not sure what it is yet that is giving me that impression, but I am going to just reveal a little bit more with the face there. I feel like that'll just be a nice thing to be able to see what is happening with the character just a little bit. And I think it's just like the ear is pulled a little too far out. Like if this kind of came up more like that, that might feel a little better. And now it feels like it's like raised up compared to this one. So I would potentially just grab this and pull it down. But then again, you know, it's rotated, or it's tilted, so you know this side should be higher, right? Because the hat is twisted like that, so this ear should be, you know, higher up. So maybe it was good where it was. But yeah, I'll come back to that. I think I'm not 100% on it, feeling that. So we shall see what we can do to fix that. Yeah, it's potentially one of those little tiny things that could be very easy to get caught up on if I'm not, you know, vigilant about trying to use my time wisely. Okay. We'll come back for you, ear. He says as he continues to work on it. This is just my way, isn't it? Yeah, I know, the hat does look like it's touching the eyeball, which is why I'm like, oh, I'm probably gonna, like, make that eye closed, because it does look like it's just sitting on that juicy gummy eye, and that would be real uncomfortable. So I'm gonna do that right now before I forget to. Let's see. A little more color there. I'm kind of like, how do I show that, like, I don't know the best way to show this. Maybe I'll just have it all kind of shaded away. I'll probably need to do that anyways, right? It's like, what angle would it close? This mouse have their eyes closed at? Would it be like this, or higher up, or like, would it actually be like that? And it's kind of hard to. I feel like maybe it would be this first one here. Which is kind of what I'm going for. I don't tend to draw a lot of mice with their eyes kind of squinted shut. So not a lot of practice in that. And it also depends on like how like aggressively they're shutting their eye. Like, that's weird. Like if anything, we just see the edge of the eyelid. It feels wrong though. Okay, well, we could do the smart thing, which is to be lazy and just kind of be like, well, we don't need to worry about it because it's hidden. Now we're efficient. Haha. Conundrum solved. As a wizard would do it. Just vanish. Be gone. I actually quite enjoy that. I actually like that it's fully kind of hidden away. I mean, we could have a hint of it if we want. As long as it feels like it's closed, it's not bad. I just don't want it to feel like there's just like a weird, you know, swollen eye or something like that. Because just the shaded edge of that, I don't know, kind of, I was like, does that look like they just have a black eye? I don't want that. Yeah, we'll go with that. All right. So one of the things about the color of the robe right now is when I go lighter, I go kind of like more muted color, and depending on what kind of fabric it is, I would potentially want to actually like increase the value itself, kind of making it more purple when there's more light hitting it, and that would probably be the material of choice for a magical costume instead of kind of losing light information, or rather kind of having too many colors combining to go towards white. It would be kind of more refined pigments that are kind of just bouncing their very, you know, rich purple color. So that feels a little more kind of what a fancy wizard would wear. It's just higher quality dyes and stuff on the fabric, and the way the sheen works on the material, that kind of stuff. And depending on what kind of material we want, we could do some nice quality stuff, like the edges being extra kind of lit up, kind of gives it a velvety feel, but then you can also have kind of like a shimmer on it, stuff like that. And it could look nice if it's like a big velvet hat and robe. I could see wizards kind of striving for a nice comfort fit. They already, you know, are rocking a very loose kind of flowy robe, so why not go for, you know, extra comfort material? These adventuring pajamas, if you will. So the shadows could also be nice and rich, so more saturated. I think overall maybe I just kind of didn't have enough saturation. Let's jump down to the inside of the hood. And when I kind of like dropped down the color for this initially, I didn't place it with that specific color expecting it to stay that way. So in fact, it's sometimes a good practice when you're doing something like this to purposefully like use the wrong color so that you are you don't forget to kind of come back and tweak it to something that's even better than where you started. But I don't tend to do it that way. Maybe I should. So I kind of want to get this impression that the brim of the hat is like pressed up against the staff. So it's kind of folding up right where it touches. All right, and jump down to that layer. I just want to try and keep the same color on the same layer. But in the end, I sometimes will put a layer over top of everything and then just kind of like push and pull exactly where I want it. So like, since this hat is below the staff, I might, let's say, want the top of the brim here where it's touching the staff to actually like fold around the side of the staff just a little bit, but I can't do it with just this layer. I'd have to do a layer on top of both of those to make that happen. So I can wait until I get to that stage where I'm basically putting the final details and then do that then. All right, well, we have kind of some robes. Let's see, I'll put the inside of the robe here, just in case I want to erase away, have the hand or that arm kind of inside the robe on a different layer. Same with this part. Like if I erase this, it feels a little bit more dimensional. And actually, I think it'd be nice to see this hand. I want to make sure you notice that, oh no, they dropped their candy basket. So having the open hand here should help tell that story. And then it's kind of bunched up here because it's definitely oversized, but he's kind of poked his hand through, and it's all scrunched up on his kind of thumb and knuckles. A couple of little wrinkles there, and that's again, depending on how you do wrinkles, that's also a huge factor in how a material looks when you render it. Are the wrinkles very tight and soft and kind of easy to create, and or are they like broad and stiff and kind of unflexible? Yeah, depending on what material it is, that will definitely kind of change those qualities. I'm definitely gonna have to drop the light source on the top of the face there. And there was a suggestion to have like the top of the staff be lit up, and I like that. I think that could be fun. It does sort of match the lighting on the face, but at the same time, there would still be this kind of like cast shadow, but that could look really nice. So I'm gonna see about trying that. Don't know if I'll do that in the end, but we'll see what it looks like. All right. So we have the robe without any, cute little designs on it. We'll come back and add those. And then, as I said, doing the inside of the robe here. It's probably not the most necessary to do it this way. Actually, that goes behind the ear, so it's not very useful over here anyways. So scratch it there. I'll just render it here. And now to add the hand. So I'll erase the hand here. Don't need that. And I'll bring it back between the staff and the robes. And I'm working in a lot more layers than I usually do, but this is also kind of, drawing on an already completed image kind of requires working slightly differently, I think. All right, add a little bit of a edge to the shadow there, and we'll make these darks a little more saturated too. And smudge is our friend. It's pretty cute. All right. Sorry, just responding to some internal discussions, following up some feedback from you guys. Some interesting chat. I like some of the ideas that are coming out of it. All right. So this hand here, I think I'm just gonna lighten up the top edge of it just so that it can read easier. Because right now, if I set it to grayscale and you kind of zoom out, that arm, I don't even know where it starts and ends compared to that ear. So it's a challenge to kind of see what's actually happening. So a nice little trick is to kind of just make that edge stand out nicely. And another way that I might kind of also push that is darkening the ear and then leaving this forearm a little lighter so the contrast value is a little stronger, the shift between the two. And for the mouse itself, I don't think I'm going to have to come in and tweak anything on the layers specifically. So I could just flatten the whole thing, but I guess that's not very efficient if I need to actually make tweaks, so maybe I shall not do that. I mean, what if I want to do a different costume on this mouse? I could just use this same file. That's probably a good thing. Alright, so I'll just knock that back a little bit. That way the robe also pops out a bit more. Might darken right up here even more so. I could use my luminosity brush, but since it's not flattened, and here's another reason why I like to flatten it, I would now have to go down to that layer to actually utilize the luminosity tool. So you know what? I'm duplicating the group. Now I'm flattening just this one. And I can merge this. Alright, now I have them as just one flat. And now I can use my luminosity brush. Just kind of knock that back. Of course, now I'm getting to the point where the cheek is blending with the ear, and that's probably too much. So now I'll grab this, maybe raise up the edge of the cheek. So how does that work? Not so good, I think, but we'll see. So bringing it back. It's not bad. It's not the worst. I do like a bit of that kind of glow, the subsurface glow kind of coming through the ear. So bring a little bit more of that into it. And with the staff, I think that that has a defined enough edge. This part, however, there is that layer that is hiding it. This layer, I can just get rid of this layer. I don't need you anymore. Goodbye. Farewell. Alright, now I can just paint out this strap. There won't be that light coming from under the hat anymore either, though, so it won't have that kind of that glow at the top of the ear, because like we have this hat just draped right over. If anything, it's going to be one of the darkest areas now. It's not a lot of light. We'll be bouncing around up in here, so I'll knock that all back. A little bit of the edge, still have that nice richness. All right. And another thing we could do is we could just pop a layer on top of this now. I'll clip it to that layer, and if I did a luminosity, and this is another way I could have done it instead of just flattening the whole thing. I could have just used a clipping mask over top. So we could add a shadow across the whole thing like this. And we'll soften this edge because that's rolling away, whereas this edge here has kind of a harder definition to it. There's like an actual kind of light termination where the light is coming down at this angle from the staff, let's say, to the nose, and when it hits the hat, it's blocked, so it's cut off right there. But then when it goes to the cheek on the right side, it's falling off because the angle means that less of those rays of light are actually hitting that surface, so it starts to fall into shadow, and that's why it kind of softens at that edge and rolls off, as opposed to kind of that hard edge. And maybe we don't want to use luminosity. We could try darken or multiply. But, you know, luminosity is not bad. It just might not mix the colors as well. Generally multiply is decent if you choose a good color to mix with. So let's try multiply, but then like pull it back a bit. Yeah, that's okay. So this over here, I'm not going to have a hard edge. We don't have like a sharp spotlight hitting the mouse to do that. It falls off pretty easily. All right. And then the highlight right on that part of the eye wouldn't kind of like just be slightly obscured by that cache. It would be kind of knocked out completely right there. Because it's reflecting the inside of the hat, for example. And of course we'll come in and add those sparkles that we were using in the sketch. Okay, so I think that there's a lot of stuff. There's more chat going on in the discussion around the mechanics. Some interesting ideas. Some really interesting ideas. Sorry, I just had to chime in. There was a really fun idea that I wanted to just give a thumbs up to. All right. So I feel like the robe, I want it to kind of like spill out behind a bit more. And I can use this layer for that. Because it's kind of unbalanced. Doesn't feel like they're kind of... There you go. Now there's just like this ooze. There's a blob of mouse here. Robe's too big. I mean, this is probably just going to get covered by their trick-or-treat basket anyways, but I just thought this would look nice. There's so many layers that are just in the way and not doing anything. This is old sketches. We do have, you know, the base file for this, so I don't mind ripping out giant chunks of the file. I'm not worried about losing anything. As I said, a lot of the time when I do costumes, I would actually just, you know, flatten the original and just kind of paint directly on top of that with the layer, and it's pretty quick to do it that way. But I also want to take my time and get this one how we want it. So I just created a potential tangent right there. Actually, it's not, because this robe wraps around the hand. It would be if there was like this intersection with this shaded side and the top side of this, but that's not the case. Don't need to worry about that. All right. Okay. I'm getting caught up in all the weird folds in fabric, and I feel like all of that's going to get covered with a beard. I should probably not worry too much about that. So, beard next. No, I think basket next. I think basket because that is potentially going to have other stuff covering it. So let's figure out where we need that. This is going to go below the mouse, but above the robes there. And we'll just use this color because it's obnoxiously different from all the others. Maybe? Oh, it's going to need to go in front of the mouse here, but not in front of the robes. Because it needs to go in front of that ear. So either I erase the ear, because yeah, now it's in front of the hand, but not the robe. Now it's in front of all of it. Whatever, I'm just going to do it like this. I'll draw the whole thing, and then I can use a clipping mask to erase away where I need to. That's probably the easiest way to handle it there. I'll overpaint it so I can actually see what I'm trying to do. And now I can erase try and actually create the bulwark basket. Bulwark bucket. Cool. All right, so really just grabbing the silhouette of that to put that out there just really quickly. And then what that lets me do is I finish this shape. I don't like the ellipse happening right now. I want to widen that just a little bit because it's facing towards us quite a bit. It's also kind of like this angle, so the widest part of the silhouette is, or sorry, of the ellipse is going to be at that kind of angle. So I'm just going to pull in that corner. That feels a little better. All right. So what this does is lets us create a clipping mask on that, and now I can overpaint here and erase away what I need, and then come back. Turn off the sketch for now. Come back and paint what I want revealed. So I'm going to have this come right up to the edge of the robe. Like so. That's fine. And then maybe the knee is kind of covering it. Maybe. Need to decide how far down that robe drapes. So it kind of goes down like this, and then back up like that. And then maybe the robes kind of are a bit more in the way. Something like that, maybe. Just trying to think of how this fabric would kind of bunch up against the side of it. It's hard to say. We'll go with that for now. All right, and then I'll just do a layer on top of this, just so that I don't need to worry about, you know, erasing away here again. And I'll grab this kind of darker color to create the inside of this. Just kind of widened that up a bit, so it's easier to drop candy into the large opening of this bucket. Basket, bucket, what is it? All right. So I have kind of the shape there, and now I'm gonna just quickly add the face. And I don't know if I'll make this glow. That might be kind of cool. Might look neat if it has the kind of visor glow. Just add some little kind of detail here, just so it looks a little cooler, and then we'll figure out the shading and actual material in a moment. I did kind of change the angle of the perspective of this overall, and so I might need to adjust the visor part. I'll erase that now. I'm just kind of tilting it a bit. Should be okay. So angling it up a bit, rotating it away from us. I'm not used to working with like a white sketch layer, so it is kind of making it a little bit more challenging. Not much though. But I guess I'm just not used to the way it interacts, where it's, you know, lightening everything up, which makes sense because it's, you know, adding white to that color, whereas I'm used to just having a shadow kind of for my sketch over top. That's a little more, I suppose this is like a little easier for me to see through that and understand what all the colors are actually doing. All right, so I can add some shading to it. I think I'll do like an orange bucket and make it more kind of Halloween colors. All right. It's my chat being frozen for a long time. I haven't seen it update. Restore chat. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was frozen for some time. My bad. Bring that back. Oh, it was not scrolling automatically. Cool. Good. Let's see. Let's see how far behind I was. Okay, this is where I shared layer link, so not very far. Like the purple, yeah, okay, so here's where I was. Seesawing, pivoting, balancing on its tiny nose. Make the brim bigger. Can't see the eye at all. We did that. Don't like the one eye, to be honest. Yeah, it did look a little like a black eye. Didn't want to give it a black eye. Yeah. No, Jacob, no. Destruction of artistic creation. Prefer two eyes showing. Two eyes. Oh, alright. Sorry I missed all this. I can bring back the two eyes. It's fine. We'll see. We got a few in the one eye. We got some intense twos. Reminds me of the Reaper's Perch. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get to say bye. I'm sorry. Okay, how about, oh, move its left hand up, lifting the peak of the hat. I like that. That's neat. Yeah, would potentially solve the problem there. It did have a bit of a challenge with the second eye looking like it was being kind of, the hat smushing into it. That felt a little uncomfortable. Um, Either's fine. Looks and sees better with two. It's not an effective mouse though, but I suppose it might look better for us if you see both. But we'll see. Aye, aye, Captain. All right, all right. Bring this down a bit. Make sure it's scrolled properly. Silly me. All right. Right arm is a little bit long. Yeah, it's true. It is. Compared to the other one, it's quite long. I will fix that. I agree. Where are you? Before I forget to do this. Because I erased my noodle example. So it might be significantly smaller or shorter. Because it's like, if I look at this, that's like going up to the shoulder. That's probably got to go like that to match. So if anything, it might be more like that, where the robe is lifted up here instead, right? More like that. And then we can show off how like oversized and draping this thing is. If we do this, right? It's like the arm is just straight out. And it might not need to be that short. So somewhere in between the two, I think, is good. Yeah, that is better for sure. All right. And what layer did we do the actual arm on? I believe it was this layer that I'm drawing on currently. Oops. It's not supposed to be where the robe is. Actually, I'll just cut that. Paste. Anyway, keep it a little more clean. Alright, so do we shorten this part of the robe here? Probably doesn't need to be shortened. As I said, it's kind of fun to show just how ridiculously oversized it is, right? This is a nice way to do that. Okay, so I feel like I haven't quite gotten the correct colors for the shading on this robe. The inside of this might catch some light, but then, it might be a different material in there. So we'll have to think about that. They'd line their robes with something fancy and nice, probably. But of course, we're also, looking at this being a cheap costume, so probably not for this one. It's just like one layer fabric. Alright, now come back to this layer and put that arm in. Make it a little more appropriately sized. That seems better to me. That feels a little more kind of length. But the size of the hand, actually, I'm thinking is too small. It's kind of got, you know, big nubby hands. They're not very kind of like long fingers or anything, but they're a bit bigger. It feels a little closer to the right size, maybe a little bit bigger than that even. Just trying to kind of compare it to the hand over here, right? That seems okay. I'm just trying to position it where it doesn't have a weird tangent with the edge of the ear. Either I would want it to kind of like come out in front and kind of break that silhouette, in which case his arm is like way up, or have it down here, which I think it works a little better there. So that's good there. I'll keep it. Make the entire hat giant, just cover everything, problem solved. Awesome. Yeah, the hand here would lose some of that highlight, I think. Overall, there's not a lot of light going to be hitting this. I would potentially consider hitting it with more light, though, just so I can get a little bit on the bucket here. Just add a little more interesting definition around the whole thing. But I think that's more kind of finishing detail for that. All right. So I can do the candies spilling out after everything else. I don't need to worry too much about that right now, I think. But, let's see. Hand is okay, staff. This part here, if I just add a little bit of shadow on the top side, maybe it goes towards kind of the gray on the inner arm, and then kind of more orange around the outside edge, and it's in shadow, so maybe drop it all down a bit. I think that's probably okay. All right. So I might tune up the fingers there. That's easy to do later. All right, let's do the beard. Last kind of addition to it, other than, you know, if we change this to a star or something like that. And then it'll be just kind of like going through and fine-tuning everything, which is where I want to be. So let's pump up that jam and just use the actual sketch as the beard. So I can just literally go around and erase everything that's not the beard. I'm not too worried about losing the sketch at this point, because I think I would depart from it anyways for anything else I render. I do need to remember to add that handle to the bucket, but I'll do that above the candy, so I don't need to do that this moment, but don't let me forget that. Right. And I can also keep the stars, or the sparkles, and kind of adapt them. It's been 84 years. Alright. So, how do we like the shape of this grand wizard beard? This wizened wizard, wily old Weasley wizard. a lot of ghost gum attaching this on. It's going to be terrible to remove later. I think I could add more, maybe like gray to the beard. Do we like the shape though? It kind of like goes down and ends in this kind of wispy kind of tendril down here. Do we want it shorter, longer, fuller, crazier? How do you like your wizard beard? Crisp. Long mustache. Yeah, it could be fun to have it kind of like, you know, clearly defined over top. Kind of like that kind of thing. Perhaps where like the beard itself is a little more gray overall, but then there's kind of the like mustache and soul patch. I don't know what this is actually called. They're just a little more kind of bright. If anyone's ever worn kind of like fake Halloween beards, it always ends up in your mouth because it's just like not good material, and it just wants to float around and just kind of like and do this. It's just the worst. I don't need to make them suffer through that, but I just had that thought and just like it's not fun. Can barely see which mouse this is with the beard. You're right. Yeah, I can pull this back a bit too. Maybe I'll kind of ease up on this. Maybe make the mustache still there, but like thinner, and kind of make sure that that expression is still there. Or we could just, you know, get rid of the mustache altogether. It still has a wizardly feel to it, but it's kind of more like lawn gnome effect. Which still works, you know, it feels more costumey with it kind of like this. Especially if it has this kind of like edge definition. It's clearly like, you know, fake. I need to tweak the value a bit. It kind of doesn't match the lighting on the mouse itself. That's not hard to do though. So just kind of knock that all down a bit. Liked it with the mustache. Some conflict. People like the beard, people don't like the beard, people want the mustache back. How will we decide? Next person to catch a kite flyer gets to choose. That's how I'll resolve all of my conflicts. there was peace in the world thanks to the kite flyer. Yeah, I'll give them a little trim up after Halloween. Be good. I kind of like it being, you know, a little bit more kind of, you know, put on. Kind of, you know, has some wispiness attaching to the fur. They spent some effort on this, you know, to get the costume right. As we can see, the terrified adventurer doesn't go halfway when they're dressing up as all their favorite things. I can respect that. Yeah, it's starting to look like an actual mouse and not a costume. That's the difference between doing costumes nowadays than when I used to do them. I can't help myself. I'll, like, end up repainting a mouse completely. That just means they have a very effective costume. So good job, mouse. You did it. All right. I kind of like it long down here and just kind of spooling on the ground. It's kind of neat. I could lighten up under the chin. Would it look better if it was removed there? Actually, I like it with that. Should I maybe fill this in more? I mean, it's actually blending with the fur color at that point. He's just got this like old man scream now. Just my back. Kind of look. It's kind of fun. They actually aged suddenly. Who knew that the terrified adventurer was actually 92 years old? Yeah, I enjoy this beard being more kind of a part of the mouse. Maybe it's just me, but I think that's fun. I'll have it kind of like puffed out along that jawline. That's kind of more flattened down along the cheek, just to give it a little bit of interesting dimension there. I have a hairbrush I rarely use. So let's see if that is going to be useful, if I can find it. Where are you? Oh, Z hair. I see. Is that? No, that's not the one. It might work though. It's not the one I'm thinking of though. It's pretty good. Let's crank up the flow though. Yeah, let's turn down the flow though. It's decent for getting kind of like that wool edge quality, which might be good. I'll keep this brush in mind for creating kind of fuzzy edges on things. this is what I want here, though. Turn that down a bit. Yeah, the other one that I'm thinking of has kind of much fewer strands in it. Merge, cloud, texture triangle. Here it is. So this one just has kind of like 3 strands together. So it lets me kind of like hit some highlights, kind of make some individual hairs pop. It's not the greatest tool at it, but it might be nice to add a little bit of texture into this if I use it wisely. Yeah, no. Not convinced it's working how I need it. Looks jaundiced now. Oh no! You shall now pass, since you qualify as a wizard. Yeah. All right. I can tweak, add a little warmth to the fur and stuff. I think that'll be nice. I'll actually try that with a hue layer. Let's try it. So I just have a simple hue layer, and I'm just gonna. Ooh, that's probably a bit much. I'm gonna come in and even hit the beard a bit with it. No, maybe not hue. Maybe. Overlay might be good. Soft light, perhaps. Actually, color is maybe a little more, because it interacts with the like the whites and stuff a bit more. Whereas hue wasn't really. I always wonder what is kind of like the main differences between a color layer and a hue layer, and I'm seeing it right now. The grays kind of like have color added to them, whereas I think hue just kind of shifts the color range that is already present, perhaps? Not sure. But right now, I'm getting a little bit more what I need out of a color layer here. So I'll use this right now. And I'm going to pull it back. Just wanted to add a little bit of warmth to the beard. But it's kind of a question of, do I want the warmth in the highlights or the shadows? And I think I want it in the shadows. So highlights, I'm going to let them remain more neutral. I'm thinking of the warms in the shadows just because of how I want the face to kind of look, and then just I don't know. It's just what I'm feeling for this right now. Don't know if it's right or wrong, but we'll try. So is this good or bad? Knock it down a little bit. All right. Either way, it's not a massive impact, so I think we can leave it. The only challenge is now that's kind of a layer affecting everything, so when I color grab anything below it, it's going to be affected by it. So maybe I should move this down to here, because this is just above the mouse head, and I don't know, the beard, though. The beard is at the top, isn't it? Yep. So I need it up here if I want it to affect the beard, which I think I do. Alternately, I can just duplicate it and clip it to the beard here, merge it down, so now the beard has that warmth. But also, if I need to paint under this layer, I can do it. Because now it's just attached to the mouse itself. That works. Alright. Sweet. Alright. Should there not be fuzzies on the top of the beard against his cheeks, since it would be sewn seam, make it look more fake? Yeah, I mean, that is definitely something that I tried, but I actually enjoy the idea of the mouse like either growing this out, which would be very impressive, or kind of like gluing individual strands to their fur, in which case, oh no, poor thing. Why would you do this? But maybe I can get an in-between. There's some actually really nice, high-quality kind of hair pieces that have kind of a mesh that the hair goes into, and so you get a nice gradient where it fades. But it wouldn't fade this high up, right? You'd have kind of just like, I don't know, like a centimeter of, you know, range where it kind of fades in and out. And that looks so much more natural. And so, you know, this mouse loves Halloween, so they go all out. And they got a nice fine, high quality beard that won't be as horrible to remove once they're done their trick-or-treat run, if they ever build up the courage to go and collect their candy from the bulwark of the ascent. This mouse is truly living their best life. I'm gonna try and add a little bit of that warmth into the shadow over here, just so that I can kind of set up that range, depth into it. All right. I do like that it goes to like this almost glowing pure white here. It's kind of neat. Let's go back to that hairbrush, see if I can use that effectively. It's an old brush that I made, actually. I don't make a lot of brushes, and I don't think I did this one too well, but it is one that I made. I don't think I want it to go pure white too high up. I do want that climbing up a bit. Do we want like little squigglies in it? It's kind of like a wavy beard. I actually like that. The little kind of like a few of them kind of sticking out and swizzling around. Kind of just gives it a little more volume and texture. You almost feel like you could reach out and like know what the texture would feel like. All right, I'm probably done with the beard. I should probably move on. I've been fiddling around with it for a bit. Probably don't need to get this caught up in details. Yeah. All right, let's move on. won't be able to do multiple costumes because I'm not good at not overdoing it. Cool. So with the beard, it is going to tweak the lighting on the robe, so it's probably good that I didn't go too crazy because all that work I did do on that nice fold there is gone. So, oops. But no surprises there, I suppose. All right, let's see. It's an interesting idea. Mouse and the MouseHunt logo, can we have that as the MouseHunt mouse in the game? Never really thought of that. I don't know, maybe. I don't know where we would put it, but that's an idea. Something to think about. If there's a good place to have the MouseHunt mouse. Would it just be a silhouette, and then when you catch it, it remains the silhouette? That's the question. All right. Oh yeah, he does look like he's sitting cross-legged, not stumbling. I could have kind of like the toes sticking out and it like bunched up or something. How to draw that effectively is the question. Give it a think. I'm going to take a very short break. We'll be back. So, 1 minute, please. All right, we're back. So, I think the best way to handle the robe, because I did just kind of like just put a blob down for the robe. I didn't really kind of work too hard at making sure the folds and dimension of the fabric made a lot of sense, and that's not ideal. So what I'm thinking is a layer on top of everything, where I can just quickly capture the body. Just kind of make sure we know what everything is doing. These are the toes. And I don't think I did a super effective job at kind of like using the mouse that exists to kind of like create an effective robe anyways. Aha! So here we go. We have kind of the mouse under this, and I can see what I was going for, but now I see like, oh, if I pull in the robe in these ways, that would look nicer. And the folds are kind of working that way. When it gets covered by the beard, it's not too bad, but I do need to kind of like maybe expose the toes down here or something to kind of show, or maybe do I need to like trim the beard down here? It won't feel as wizardy, but maybe it'll help with being able to see what's going on. So I'm just gonna give it a little trim here. Let's see, I'll try this hairbrush now. Still feels pretty wizardy. Pull it in on the sides even if we want. So it still kind of is a bit longer. Shocked because he's naked. Wispy around the sides. Yeah, I mean, maybe we benefit from it being less kind of ridiculously long, but still kind of has that Great Scots, Great Scott. I can't do that voice now. Not that it's a wizard doing that, but just something that it looks like he would be shouting right now. That's a pretty wizard-shaped beard, I think. So that works. We'll pull it in on one side and have it kind of, you know, just a little bit of kind of dimension of it kind of flowing out to the side a bit more, so I can bring some of it back here. I'm using the clipping mask here, so I didn't actually erase any of that. I'm just masking it away and hiding it. That way I can kind of push and pull until I'm happy with, wrong layer, until I'm happy with how it looks. So. Take a nice big chunk out of the side there if I want. Then bring it back. This is a good technique for doing kind of non-destructive erasing. It's a good habit to have if you're kind of like trying out things and you don't want to permanently erase something. If you might want to just experiment and then kind of be like, nah, that's not the direction I wanted to go. Let me kind of bring that back. But maybe, you know, not all of it or something. So, all right. Bring it down a little bit here. All right. I don't dislike this. It gives more room for the robes to kind of look their magic, to look nice. I could extend the arm looking at the sketch, make it a bit bulkier, which could look nice. I hope I have a beard like this when I'm older too, but I don't think I'll be able to grow quite the volume in some areas. I can like only grow this. That's it. I got like slight wispies. It's the best I got. We'll see though. In my golden years. Big bushy beard. Alright. So I like that. I'm gonna flip it. I don't like that the eye is kind of cut off right there. There's this weird feeling with it being like right at the edge of where the other eye should be. I don't feel good about that. So I'm going to pull it forward so it doesn't have that awkward tangent right at that edge. Now it's not feeling like it's right at the edge of the eye and it's just kind of just barely blocked off, but I do kind of lose a bit of that nose. But maybe if I kind of ease up on this cast shadow a bit, maybe just kind of bring a little bit more light and color to the tip of the nose. Tip of the nose to be a fine nose expression. So just kind of pop that out a bit. Give it a little more color. Maybe I'd do the same for the lips. Just bring a little more color into the fur around that. I just enjoy imagining what the sound this mouse is making right now. You shall not squeak. Or maybe it's like a series of harumphs. Just being a grumpy old mouse. As is his right. Wizard Whitebeard is the name. I like it. Alright. This sketch here, I'm going to knock down a bit. I still want to reference it to fix the robes. But I think I'm going to tweak the shape of the robe a little bit. Bring that up a bit. So this is like entirely in front here. But I imagine that, okay, so this piece of the robe kind of like sits, it kind of falls in front of the bucket, and maybe even falls inside it just a little bit. And this knee is going to be pushing that to the side. Right? So I need to make that knee kind of match this knee. And then you'd have kind of like a bit of the fabric kind of draped between the two here. So if I turn off that sketch, you can see like, okay, so I get this is one knee over here, this is another knee over here. That makes more sense. Okay, cool. And then this kind of bit of fabric is stretched between the two. And so it kind of gets a little thinner there. There's some wrinkles and folds between them. We'll probably get some deeper shadows under the beard here because it's going to be kind of blocking some of that light. That's good. Kind of pops it out a bit too, which is fun. All right, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about the robe and the way it's balanced. It didn't have the dimension it really needed to because I did not take care to make sure it looked, three-dimensional and makes sense in its context. So I'm gonna actually erase away a bit more of the staff. I want that knee to kind of like come out a bit further, so more like this, because there's some like bulk to the robe here. Yeah, that'll be better there. All right, so do we want some of the toes like visible? So like I could have the the robe kind of, sticking out, the toes sticking out here, and then maybe they're like tucked under this foot over here. Would that be very clear? I'd have to redraw the foot if I want to have the toes kind of poking out, that is. Yeah, poking out, okay. Because otherwise what I could try is having more kind of dimension where like the toes are clearly kind of, catching more light, and so you can kind of see the feet. Hopefully you could see them. Kind of basically rendering them out of the cloth. I don't know if that reads as well as I would like, though. Maybe if I were to kind of work on that a bit more, I could make it a little more understandable. But like having the toes kind of be visible through the robe could be interesting, maybe. It's very thin fabric, if that's the case, though, for it to kind of like fold and show that much kind of dimension. Not sure that works. Yeah, poking out I think is better. All right, so let's do poking out. And I'll just do a clipping mask on this one really quick so we can kind of try it a few different ways, see what we like, see what we don't. So it could be this foot. Just kind of have draped over those toes. I don't mind that. Could use this foot. That one I'm not as kind of happy about. Yeah, especially since this one is coming forward more. I could use this other one to kind of like create the scenario where it's supposed to be on this layer, where the toes are kind of like caught on the fabric, and try and show that a little more clearly now that we see these toes. Can kind of help us understand what's going on over on this side, and we can have kind of like some wrinkled fabric. Like so. I think that's okay. Just right now this has some kind of weird almost bubble to it. It doesn't make sense. Maybe if it folds in half here, here we go. That makes more sense as a wrinkle there now. And then the staff is kind of cut off from the robes there, or being obscured rather. That's a better word. Cool. I'm still not convinced this was like the right shadow colors and stuff to kind of get a good fabric, but I also didn't really kind of make a solid decision on like, oh, I want the fabric to have this kind of quality to it, so I'd say that's on me. And ultimately, I don't think I need to go too crazy on this piece. You know, it's a fun little thing, but mostly doing it for the stream, and then hopefully people will discover the uniqueness of this character and enjoy that in game. But ultimately, we don't need it to be perfectly rendered for it to have the fun. That's a nice little thing, just for the sake of it, kind of feeling, right? But also, I just can't not do lots of detail, so just try and stop me, I guess. Yeah, basically, don't have that meeting today, so I can just keep working. And I hope you're enjoying yourselves with this. Right, so I think that robe is feeling a little better. I can see what the feet are doing more clearly. That's nice. I'm gonna just hit this upper edge with a little more richness and color, I think, a little more saturation. I think maybe I could hit the whole thing with a little more saturation, to be honest. But I also try to avoid going too saturated on stuff. That's something I used to do a lot, is I would just take the color bar and go like boom all the way to the far edge. And at a certain point, I was kind of like, well, what if I just did everything in this range first? And if everything's in that range, it still has good color impact. And then every once in a while, you take one and you go real far with it, and suddenly that is just like, boom, pops. So that was kind of an interesting thing to try and, you know, add to the toolkit. There's so many different ways to kind of create interesting contrast and draw the eye, and you know, that's just yet another way. Shape, composition, values, color, whatever, all kinds of stuff. All right, so I think we can move on from the robe. I feel like that is okay. Actually, this knee, maybe I'll add a little bit more color there. And the inside of the robe here, what is happening? Right. Of course I did. So now I need to find the other layer. This one. That's kind of silly that I was like, yeah, this will help. All right, so this layer exists. I'm just going to paint over that. That's why. It's because of this hand. I getcha. I get what you did, me. Alright, well, it won't be so bad if I just do this. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Now back here. Yeah, I had the layer behind the hand, so I didn't have to worry about overpainting with the hand. But then that makes me have to kind of like work between 3 different layers in a way, instead of just the one, or 2, I suppose, the hand and the robe above it. It just means that I have to kind of avoid painting over the hand, but I feel like that's a little easier to manage. One thing, though, is actually I kind of want to have a little more fingers going on. Right here, it's a little too stubby right there, I think. Like, I think in the original drawing, his hand is kind of like curled a little bit, so that's why his finger disappears. But with the way this robe is kind of draped over the hand, I want these fingers to feel like they're kind of preventing the robe from sliding down as easily. So having them kind of like an open hand over here does help with that. And then I can also come in and tweak the highlight on this edge right here. And yeah, all right. Yeah, stars and moons on the robe and hat. I totally want to add that still. Thou shall not pass. Yeah, he's a big, brave boy. Now that he's got his beard and staff. I like that some of those like add sparkles. I think it's really cute with those. slightly cooler purple. We could maybe add a gradient into it. Yeah, let's see. I didn't do very good color choice in my opinion. Um, I've been kind of like changing what I wanted to use as I go. So it's kind of interesting how that's affected it in the end. So it started off a lot more kind of gray. This rim edge probably shouldn't even come close to that dark, especially since this is kind of like the purple when it's facing towards us. In which case, looking at how preserve the transparencies there. All right, looking at how bright the top side of the hat is. Me, this is a decent level of shadow for the brim there. And then yeah, it's certainly leaning a little more pink right now. So if we want, I can try to shift that a bit. We can try like a curves adjustment on it. We don't do this much. So bring out curves and then go into, let's say, the red. And let's see what happens when we kind of pull this around. So we can kind of like remove it from the shadows and leave it in the highlights, or, that's not what I wanted. Kind of pushing it. I actually wanted warmer shadows. So this is maybe a little kind of more, I want to handle that. So like, that's much more kind of blue. That's just straight up blue. So I don't want to go straight up blue. I do want to have it be kind of purple still, probably. And I think one of the things I can do is I can add, like, if we do like the stars and moons, maybe they'll be like golden or something like that. And I think that'll kind of influence it a little bit too. So actually, if I pull the shadows, pull the blue out of the shadows, and maybe let's see what happens if I raise the red in the shadows. This is probably a horrible way to go about doing this, but it's kind of interesting. I don't experiment with this very much. So this is it before, and this is it now. I kind of want to hit the auto button and see what it does, but at the same time I'll lose all this kind of what I'm trying here. Puke green, my favorite. All right. So it's a bit more blue than I wanted, I think. But it is kind of interesting to see what this can do. Definitely going a bit crazy with it. All right. Yeah, I want the highlights to have the blues in them, and then the shadows to have more reds. Yeah, there we go. So that's interesting. The fabric has a curious quality to it now. Again, we'll see before and after. That's very pink. This is very blue. So we'll try and get in between those two. And one way we could do that is if I confirm this, I can use a fade to just kind of slide between. So this is what is the changes we just did and with none of the changes we just did. So I think that I like the changes. We'll stick with that. And then again, we can kind of render it ourselves and push it and pull it how we want. But there's, I don't know, some curious colors happening in the shadows that are probably all terrible. But let's go for it. Golden will make it look more regal, gold and purple. And I'm down with that. I do enjoy kind of the regal look. It can be quite fun. Alright, so I think these shadows that we're working on, maybe we go more red. They're quite dark. And that's actually kind of useful because we have a lot of midtones going on. If we look at this, the ear and the arm and the robe, those all kind of blend together into the hat. If you like squint, all I can see is kind of the ground, this weird blob over here, and the beard. And so I think there needs to be a clear distinction between these shapes. And this shadow looks ridiculous. It's so kind of like, I don't know, it looks like they're wearing a glove where the palm is kind of like a different material than the top of the hand. So that seems a bit off. Where are you, hand? I would like to tweak you. There you are. I'm getting to the point where I'm like tempted to flatten things so I can just kind of paint back and forth. It's a very kind of muddy looking hand. Just color palette wise, it's just got a lot of, I don't know, colors overlaying, and they're all kind of mixing together and getting a little bit, just doesn't have much richness. I think get more warmth in it. I think that'll help. That's something I often don't do for kind of just skin that I render. I don't tend to add enough kind of just warmth and reds from kind of the blood in the skin, under the skin rather, just kind of interacting. So I just kind of get these weird ashy kind of feeling tones. So maybe I just need to knock this all down a bit more. And can I get this other hand here? Yeah, they're the same layer. Sick. Alright. That feels a little better. Okay, now I can kind of bring a little bit of a highlight to this. Not much, though. do need lose a bit of saturation. I should look at this with grayscale. See what my values are doing. Alright. And I want to get a bit of the kind of the fur from the palm, or not the palm, the back of the hand, kind of interacting there. And then just remember this arm is super thin, redonkulously thin arm. So I'll bulk that up, make that extend out here. Sure. Now, can erase this, bring the robe back, give it a little bit of a kind of 3-dimension, getting a little more light hitting the top side of it than the bottom side, and a little bit of cast shadow from the robe, and that's good. And just on the edge of that thumb so it reads. Cool. Alright, I feel better about those hands now. Bring these highlights over to these fingers. The finger should be the longest. Probably a good point. Let's extend this one just a smidge. With the nubbiness of the hands, I'm not too worried about having them be too different, but I feel like that looks a little nicer with it just slightly longer. I'll actually have this pinky kind of tucking behind instead. So I think that makes sense towards kind of the posture of the hand there. So I'll bring this down a little bit here. Gives a little more thickness to the robe. Awesome. Alright, I like that. That looks nicer with more richness in the color. Just feels more kind of alive and not undead skin. So just kind of having a little bit more kind of reds. And then the top of the toes will have a bit of cast shadow. Okay. Bring in the similar highlights from the hand, just so that those relate a little better. It'll help the readability, I think, just at a glance. Get a little highlight on the knuckles, and on the toe right there. So it's not very different from where those toes were before, I don't think, but just a little bit. Great. We'll probably want to get some cast shadow from the character, because it's definitely going to be casting a much bigger drop shadow with this gigantic hat of his. So we go pretty dark on the inner ear here, and that looks pretty decent with everything else. Maybe I'll lighten that up just a smidge. Where's my luminosity? Do I have a luminosity layer here? I do not. That's okay. I don't need to. I'll just do that. I like that it's quite dark compared to other parts of it. because it creates some nice contrast, but it was kind of like just losing all of its color, and that isn't as nice. So I figure if I just kind of bring a little more depth of color, that'll keep that good contrast, but just add a little more pep to it, a little more life. Alright, and then doing the same thing with this ear. It was kind of a little bit neglected still, and it is kind of deep in the shadows here, so I should knock it back a lot. Let's see how far we need to knock it back. If I knock it back a lot too, I can have this edge of the robe kind of, carve itself out against that backdrop. That should be useful too. Computer's thinking. Still thinking. That's a long time to... Okay, good. Let's get worried. And save. Photoshop has not been happy with me of late. Alright. Oh, message. Catching up on dialogue. Good stuff. All right. I return to you. So I have a lot of warmth in these shadows, but they're also pretty lit up, and it feels like a weird exposure thing. So if I kind of look at the grayscale, the hat kind of goes quite dark. I think that helps the read. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the robes with a little bit of luminosity and see if this will work. It's probably going to look pretty wild though. So jump over, see what's happening. Yeah, so we're bringing up the contrast to kind of match what the hat does. It's not making the colors as crazy as I expected, so that's good. All right. Alright. So it's kind of weird having the you know values kind of pushed and pulled so aggressively when the colors are also shifting very aggressively, but it doesn't look terrible. It's kind of interesting. And the ear now kind of at least the arm kind of is a little more distinct from the ear there. I'm actually gonna make the ear a little bit more shaded now. So I'll just use, I'm gonna flatten stuff. It's time. So that's flattened down. Not using my luminosity brush for that, otherwise I lose all the color that I was trying to bring in. And now I can use my smudge brush to smooth that out. Excellent. Alright, so now there's more kind of value shift between those surfaces. I lose some of that kind of warm glow. I can just bring a hint of that to the edge. Let's very gently smudge that in there. So I still get that edge read, but just a little more warmth into it, which is kind of nice. Right, looking at the grayscale, now there's a little more kind of read between the robes being kind of similar and the ear being a different material. I think I could probably bring that even closer together if I just get a little more of that color to the top of the robe. And that's something I haven't been kind of like trying to do nearly as much as getting that atmospheric light happening on the robes. Which could basically just allow the whole thing to kind of, you know, have a nice even purple across it. No, I feel like I'm fighting this a bit. I think the curves was not the ideal technique, at least how I used it is probably the right thing to use for it, but the way I did it was kind of introduced some weird color shifts into it. But hey, trying new stuff, making it more challenging. What's wrong with that? Just suddenly decided to add even more purple into it, more saturated. Yeah, those shadows just feel so muted down. I'm going to bring these kind of more saturated shadows in. And they're like in the kind of warm range, so that's good. That's what I want. They just have more dimension, which is nice. Instead of that really kind of gray feeling. Now it's very high contrast. It's probably too high contrast. A lot of pushing and pulling with these robes that I have probably spent way too much time on. Alright. I feel like I need to like set up a timer just to be like, okay, I will give myself this many minutes to work on this part, and then somehow adhere to my rules, which sounds unlikely. Alright. Let's leave those robes alone. Now the hat is so different feeling. But that's okay, because I really do need to touch up the hat. The tops of these knees to actually feel like they're angled out. So having the torso, which is vertical, not get as much light, will help with that. Same with using kind of like the top of the arm there, where it's kind of facing up in a similar fashion. There we go. That works. That's working now. All right. I'll kind of add just a little more shadow just right on that outer edge of the ear, and then it kind of fades into the hat even more. Right? When things are kind of deep in shadow, it's okay if they just kind of stop being really discernible. Then just kind of blending into each other in the shadows is fine. So the beard kind of pops out nicely. The hand is okay. I think it'll help when I have the bucket rendered a little more appropriately. Staff, I haven't even touched that since we went on lunch. It's the hat. Again, I don't want to spend the rest of the time I have left just rendering the hat. I still want to add like the pattern to it, but let's just see if I can get that depth of color in here real quick. Let's see if I can fix the shapes. So let's just kind of blast the whole thing here real quick. And get into our creases and shadows. Just get those kind of darks out to punch up the contrast more quickly. So we have kind of like wrinkles would have kind of the deepest shadows. So you have a light occluding. That's good. Alright, and then the kind of color of the material kind of pointed towards us-ish. And then color of it facing upward. It's quite a bit brighter. And then right at that edge, I think I'll just kind of have it catch a little too much light almost, and just have a rim light happening on it. Will certainly make it easier to read what's going on, which is very useful. There we go. Go a bit darker with these ear shadows. And smudge around a little bit here. All right. The upper edge of that ear, I could say, is kind of catching similar light to the brim of the hat. Nice. All right. So then we'll have the rim light on the edge here, which works with this kind of warm light glow up there that's kind of coming from behind the character, and the whole hat is just soaking it up and kind of blocking all of the rest of the character from kind of being exposed to it, catching their surfaces with that light. Little breaks in the surface to add some visual interest. It's nice. All right, cool. And I like the middle of this part kind of going quite a bit more in shadow, because it makes it feel like it's kind of crumpled towards us now, whereas before it was just kind of like flopping sideways. Now it's kind of rolling at us here, which I think is kind of interesting looking. And then just kind of up here, we can kind of have this more light on the top kind of thing that we have with the rim here, but we can have it roll off so it's not a hard-edged kind of quality of light, but instead, because it's this cylindrical kind of surface, it's rolling towards us. So the light hits it in different kind of amounts. That's nice. All right. And just right on these edges, I'll catch that rim light just so that I can kind of read that a little easier. Nice. All right. I think that's good enough. Can't go for perfect. That's just not what this needs. Another little wrinkle there, just because I like it. Yeah, that feels much better. And the brim is just like this weird gray. I don't like that anymore. So let's get some nice rich color in that brim. I kind of like that it's nice and thick too. Right. And then right on the edge of that, I'm going to lighten it up and just have a more saturated edge, I think. Just right at the edge of that. Don't know if that does anything, but I kind of liked it. Alright. Let's see. The Wizard of Oz. It is the longest finger on this hand. It's just that the positioning of it is it's kind of rotated out more, but if that's not reading well, I can try and fix that. Not the best at hands. So in this one, I create the feeling of it kind of like being extended back a bit. Yeah, if that's not working, then we'll just change it. And then the pinky, I think I can change a bit more to help with this read a bit. Let's see, so I'd actually maybe make it kind of come in like this. Maybe. I mean, if anything, maybe the middle finger should be more like this, and then the index finger would be kind of pulled up the highest. So like this instead. Yeah, I don't like that though. Okay. So like it's kind of doing that. I only have 3 fingers, so it's kind of doing this kind of grip, right? But not sure if I want the pinky to kind of curl up like this or down. Depends on how he's holding it, I suppose. Hmm? Never. Alex is judging me because they're really good at hands and I'm not. Oh, by the way, if anyone is interested in like digital art and they use Procreate. Alex did a really, really cool animation in Procreate, which is pretty crazy. So I wanted to mention that because it's super cool, really impressive. So that's the thing that people can do in case you were unaware. I think a lot of people were like, wait, you can do this? That's pretty cool. It's on their Twitter. Don't know about those highlights being so strong. Is that hand better? That looks better? Okay. All right. Let's see. One day we'll add some fun decorations to the hat and robe. One day. One day. Maybe. I make no guarantees. It is the wizard's way. It works only in riddles now, this mouse. Okay, I need to move on. I haven't even rendered the staff or the bucket. I need to do those. Just after I do this. Okay. All right. Just like I'm trying to convince myself to move on, but I keep seeing things that I want to tweak. I do actually have a timer program. I mean, I have the one that I use for lunch break. That's not bad. But I also have another one. It's a little quicker. I mean, obviously I can just set it to whatever time, but it's specifically designed for kind of task stuff like this. So maybe I'll try pulling that up, see what we think. Let me just check a message real quick. There's a couple. All right. Just talking about how cute artwork is, which is true. One of the costumes Lauren is making. It's very good. I like it a lot. All right. So I have this thing. It's called. I guess it's called Yapatu, but it's the Pomodoro kind of timer, where basically you can set it to kind of intervals of time. I have it set to 15 minutes because that works with the hunter's horn, and it basically alerts you when you've done 15 minutes. And you take a short break, do another 15 minutes after the short break. That's a good technique for someone like me who has time management challenges. So I use it every once in a while. But basically what we can do with this right now is say, okay, cool, I started a new block of time, and I can't just keep working on the hat with that. So I force myself to move on to a different part. I'm actually going to work on the staff. Let's do the staff. Okay, so staff. What color are you? Did I draw the paw beams right on this? I did. Oh well, no biggie. There we go. Now the toe beans are on their own layer, as they should be. Okay, so staff. Save. What color? Metal, wood. Yeah, that's a good idea. I was thinking, just so that we have even more reference to the character, if the toe beams were maybe the like the red kind of gems on the armor, that could maybe be interesting. I don't know if that works, but we'll try it. All right, wooden staff. Thank you. All right, so let's go with like a dark kind of lacquered wood or something like that, so we can go quite dark. And maybe have like a gradient or something going on with it. But it'll be nice and kind of shiny and polished if it has that kind of quality to it. So we could get some like nice richness of reds and grain. Maybe this is a good place to use that hairbrush actually. Okay. Oh, witch's broom kind of wooden handle. That's not a bad idea either. You can still have kind of like a nice heavy wood broom. Hardwood, rather. Why not? We're a wizard. Fancy broom. Alright, so I got some kind of nice dark rich bands of wood grain kind of flowing through it. That's kind of nice. Now what I can do is kind of take this sky color and have that kind of just reflecting off the sides, because if it's this kind of like polished quality, it'll kind of like have this kind of thing where the light at the edges, where it kind of rolls away from you, it just kind of reflects almost as, you know, brightly as a mirror. There's this Lambertian kind of thing happening with the light itself. So kind of get some nice kind of dimension from that, and then also because it's so reflective, it actually makes it a darker kind of material. It's like when you have a wet surface, it's just kind of darker overall because the light is just bouncing off of its surface now. So everything inside of that kind of wet area is kind of like not getting hit by as much light. It's not escaping as easily because the light is bending and bouncing and all that. So you can kind of get some quality of the surface just from how the edges are rendered. So here we can get some nice kind of imagining there's this brighter light source up here that's quite warm. So just catch it right on the edge there. But also because it's reflective, the way, like where that specular highlight is also kind of in a different spot from where light is kind of actually hitting the surface in a way. Not sure if I explained that very well, but hopefully it has a kind of a wooden quality to it appearing. That's the goal at least. Who knows, maybe I've got this all wrong. Well, thank you, Roxanne. I appreciate that. All right, and then in the kind of direct center of it, I feel like you're not getting any light kind of shooting out of your eyes and bouncing back at you. There's less of this kind of angled away and just atmosphere bouncing towards us. So I feel like the very center where it's kind of pointing the most directly at us, I'm going to make that the darkest portion. Especially where the hand is kind of covering it and like the edge of the robe. There's just so little light that's kind of like reflecting off of that specific part of the staff. Alright, and then I think I can lighten up a bit of the wood grain. I'll do that in between these layers now. So now I'm thinking, okay, well, where is there kind of like just the light in general kind of hitting the surface? Maybe there's kind of like a bit of a twist to it or something like that. So you have this kind of neat looking band of kind of highlight and shadow. Perhaps it's maybe a bit extreme there. Pushed it a bit far. But, I don't know. I mean, actually, there was the idea of having kind of the paw giving off light, or the staff at a certain point giving off some light, and that's kind of a cool idea that we could still explore if I just kind of brighten this up and turn it into a light source. That could be neat. It's worth exploring that. Yeah, apparently they are dressed up as Zugzwang. That could be. It's not wearing a sock on that foot, right? Do I have the right foot for that? Cool. All right. So I think that's not terrible for a quick little wooden staff. I don't want to spend too much time on it, of course, but I don't think that is too bad. They'll lighten the, or ease up on those edges right there, and maybe just kind of make it pop just right at the very edge, just like that, instead of kind of having it roll over too much of the surface. And then have a kind of specular highlight happening. Let's say right there. Yeah. Alright, so paw. We're at 5 o'clock, so I'm going to have to start wrapping this up soon. So let's start with kind of a deeper red. So we wanted to kind of like have this gemstone-like quality to it. So we'll go quite rich but dark, and then when we lighten it up, maybe go a little bit more orange. But the thing about how I like to do gems is have the light kind of bouncing off the inside of it. So if the light's coming from below, or sorry, from above, you'll see the kind of the color and light kind of bouncing through the opposite, off the opposite side of the gem and back towards you. So right now I have this kind of light source, I guess top left, but I should probably make it top right. So let me redo that from the different angle. I was thinking top left because of this backlight, and I might have to pull back on the specular right at those edges there. Alright, try that again. So, and I try not to go too crazy with this, because less is more a lot of the time. I want to be able to see that full range of kind of like how much kind of light is collecting on the inside and just kind of saturating itself thanks to the nature of the way the light interacts with the jewel, and just kind of like restricts the wavelength of light kind of bouncing out towards you. So there's this kind of like nice little gummy glow, and then maybe we go a little more, let's see, saturation. Do I have that as one of the brush types? No. Alright, let's try saturation. We'll crank it up right here. Right where all the light is collecting, we'll just kind of smash that saturation up. And because we tried to keep it a little more restricted in the rest of the piece, this will kind of allow that to really pop, which is pretty cool looking. So it looks like a precious gem now, and I don't even have the highlight on it. So that's what we'll do now. As I said, I wanted to have the shadows be a bit warmer, so that means they're going to have a cooler light. So go kind of like this kind of lightning blue up here. And then let's see, have that kind of hit right there. And then the tighter the reflection, the kind of more shiny it is in a way. It depends on what the surface is doing, of course, but basically the idea is it's just reflecting whatever that light source is itself. So if it was like a tube light, it would actually kind of be a thin, long band, kind of like this. Right? If it was the sun, it would just be kind of, you know, a single speck. But if it was like a window that had bars or something, then it would have those bars in them, because it's literally a reflection of that source of light. All right, 15 minutes. Here we go. So we've worked on the staff for 15 minutes, and we managed to give it some some gummy toe beans, I guess. I might just kind of bring a little bit more of the light inside of this. Just kind of spread it out a little bit more, like so. This is the same technique I used for the icons for the floating islands. And, you know, basically anytime I do gems in MouseHunt. It looks neat. I enjoy it. All right. Maybe get just a little that kind of atmospheric haze. There's this kind of like gray, purple, blue, just kind of atmosphere in the whole place. So I think it works to have that in here just a little bit. I can make that a bit softer. It's not as intense as this highlight coming in from the top right. Alright, so staff, cool. So let's start a new one, and this time we're going to work on the bucket. Maybe this is a technique I need to do for like everything. It's just like, alright, we're going to work on this for this amount of time. And then, you know, it can literally break down the character into, okay, it has this many pieces. How much time can I give each piece? And sometimes that technique could work. But sometimes it's good to bounce around between everything. But that's more near the end, I feel, when you're kind of balancing it all. All right. Bucket. Where are you, bucket? Here you are. Right. So this is the overlay on top, apparently. The bucket color, what do we want to do with that? Let's try going a little more orange, maybe. Kind of match the armor color a bit better, I think. So I feel like maybe something like that is a little closer to the bulwark of the Ascent armor. So we'll try that. And then the inside, I would say it's quite dark here. Cool. All right. So the visor part, I think I kind of want to do it just painted on. I don't know if I want to have it actually glow, but that might be fun too. And I still want to do this little pom-pom thing or turn it into a star or something cute. I want to add a little bit of kind of, you know, just color shifting to these little beams of light. I think that'd be really nice. And then, hey, can we can we put some patterns on the robes in time? I don't know. It's getting late. We'll see what we can do, and I might, you know, do that thing that I tend to do where I work a bit more on it on Monday when I kind of recharged my batteries. It's not a bad idea. All right, I'm supposed to be working on this. So let's give it a little bit of dimension. So we'll grab this color, figure out what our shading color might be, something closer to that maybe. I'll just make that a little more 3D. Okay. And too many different elements if we have the bulwark in there. Oh, but I like it. I could change it if you prefer though. Just wait until we throw stars and moons on everything. It's a lot. Yeah, that's true. Making it stars is kind of like, yeah, cool, but like the moon element specifically makes sense for the eclipse. It could be maybe different phases of the moon. Could look neat. That would be kind of cool. All right, but we're working on the bucket. So what if this kind of part was painted on? So I maybe will still get to have that kind of cheap plastic kind of quality if I can manage it. That's one of the things about it is like, I'm like, I don't even know how I would make that look right. So I kind of want to try it so that I can, you know, be forced to figure it out on stream, because I guess I love to do that. Just suffer. Just give myself a ridiculously hard challenge and then be like, all right, time to figure it out, I guess. Well, you all watch me fumble around. Okay, so I kind of like that. Like, you can see that it's painted on because it's affected by the shadows. And I like that it's kind of this orange, even if you don't recognize it as the bulwark, you kind of are like, yep, that's like some kind of jack-o'-lantern, I guess. So I'm down with that. And I'm just going to merge this in. That way I can kind of paint back and forth on it. Alright, so I want to go for this kind of like cheap plastic feel. So it's probably going to have some saturation where the light is hitting it and it kind of like catches the light, and it's like got a lot of like, you know, just chemical dye or something in the plastic. I don't know, but it's vibrant because it's plastic for kids. Put your candy in it. It's got some strong color, and then bring that up in here. And kind of soften that and just have it smoothly transition around in there. Just light kind of scattering around. Cool. Already halfway on the clock, huh? Alright. Alright. This is an interesting additional challenge of the speed element. It's probably good though. Alright, and then let's make the edges of this kind of some shadows there, I guess. I don't know, I should probably pull up Trick or Treat pumpkin basket bucket. Yeah, oh boy, those are just gloriously, just, yep, that's exactly what I expected to see. Perfect. Okay. So just really crazy saturated, huh? Especially in the shadows, actually. Which, now that I think about it, it makes sense, because just the light is actually kind of, in a lot of these kind of really thin ones, it's like actually scattering through and kind of just, you know, adding its color together in a sense. So like the sides of this, you would actually have this kind of like glow of really, really kind of like saturated color in the kind of deep shadows where the light is kind of actually coming through the surface of the plastic. And of course it requires a bright enough light to do that, but just kind of emulating that will kind of give it a bit more of that, you know, cheap plastic feel, hopefully. So, who knows? And it's also usually pretty shiny. It's like injection molded or something, and so it's kind of in a slick mold. So the surface is very smooth. I'm probably going to have the candy spilling out cover over top of that lip right there, so don't need to worry about getting that highlight too well. But let's get lots of little kind of highlights on this. Actually, if I grab my color brush, I can just go full saturation on all of the shadows. Yeah, alright. That feels way more plastic now. Brutal. Alright. So, you also get like a bit of that kind of reflection that was happening with that staff there. It's very reflective. It's got the atmosphere bouncing off of it. I think we'd have the same thing happening here. So I'm going to just create a clipping mask layer and grab kind of this kind of gray-blue color and just have that kind of bouncing off these surfaces that are rolling away from us. It seems to have the right look to it. Alright, cool, that actually turned out better than I thought. Pretty happy with that. So let's see if we can throw some candy into the bucket really quickly. So let's just use this obnoxious purple. Ooh, you know what? We haven't done, yes, yet the stream triangles. Let's see. Does this make for good candy? It's not bad, actually. We can just kind of use this as kind of the starting point for it, right? My cabbages. All right. So I'll change kind of the shapes of a few of these. This one's just floating there, I guess. Let's start a new one. We're starting on candies. Candies won't take 15 minutes, I hope. Alright, so now that we have that, let's try giving some color variety to it. So one way to do that is not this way. Alright, F5 and color dynamics and color jitter. Put it to like 50% and then we'll choose orange. See what this gives us. This bigger brush. Boom. Candy trail. Alright. Now, let's do another layer on top of that, and this one we'll use luminosity. So we'll start where it's in the shadows, even darker than the edges of the bucket, because those have a little bit of light scattering through them. So that's kind of interesting. See that, how like the sides of the bucket have a little more light coming through? That kind of has that plastic feel, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if it's totally accurate, but I like it. And then we'll just kind of start to give a little more dimension to these. We certainly don't need to go as dark. It's still too dark. And once we're happy with this, we can kind of go into it and try and like pick out and like actually make some of it look like candy, as opposed to just kind of having that feeling of candy. But from a distance, it actually isn't bad. I'm not too upset with how that turned out. All right, so let's give layer on top for this. Maybe it's like, oh, this one will have kind of a wrapper here. Maybe not like that. it doesn't quite fit with the rest of the color scheme. You're right. We could pull the greens out at least. So let's see. This layer here, if we try curves on that, let's see what we can do. So we get on to green, and then kind of so keeping in the blues and reds, we'll keep it in that kind of same color scheme. But maybe curves isn't the best way to do it. It's not terrible though. Kind of worked. But let's see what are other ways. Levels. This one is kind of a little more just overall, kind of what band the greens are in and kind of how intense they are. Right? So I could kind of pull it down a bit there. Maybe shift it. Yeah. All right, we'll go with that. And if we don't like that green in the shadow area, which I'm not too keen on, we'll come in with our red here, which is like that warmth in the shadow, which I want. Now it's just kind of reds and purples in there, which I feel is a little more effective. And we have kind of like little bits of shadow there. And then they're usually quite bright plastic wrappers, so they're going to have some kind of shiny quality to them. Put this below. There we go. So they'll be reflective. Maybe that's a bit too far, but kind of pull it down a bit, and then that's feeling a little better. But they still have a little bit of highlight on them. And they're a little bright again, so I might pull them down a little bit there. And that feels pretty good for spilled candy. I think that's clear. I need the green. I'll bring a little green in. Kind of more like a blue-green, maybe. I like that. Just to head to the burrows. Burrow would risk. When I used to trick or treat as a kid, there was like a neighborhood that I would kind of go for because there were a couple of premium houses that had kind of like soda pop that they would give out, or like a Kinder Egg or something. It's pretty good. Alright, I don't want it to be like screaming at us, and if anything, maybe I should kind of like grab some of these pieces of candy and move them over, because the composition is suffering a little bit with it kind of trailing off to that side. It'd be better if I kind of come on. Here we go. It's hard to grab it when it's zoomed out like that. I'll just have that overlap. Cool. All right. So now the trail of candy leads us kind of back to the center as opposed to out of the frame, and that is better. Awesome. All right. Okay, so 3 minutes left. Can we tackle this little tuft here? Great. I'm gonna confirm that transform. All right, we're good. That's not. There we go. Right, it's the hat. That makes sense. Okay, so someone said making it a star, but now I'm thinking, what if we made it a moon? That's no moon. Is it not that layer? Whoa, cancel. Seems like it should be this layer. Am I just using the wrong tool? Do I still have a selection? What is happening? Oh, I see. I'm in that. That makes sense. I was in the clipping mask. I get it. Alright, let's fix that. So I don't mess myself up. Okay, fully exposed all that. Oh, right, we were using it for the bottom of the robe. I'm like, what was the clipping mask for? Look how like weird green that color is now. Alright, I'm just gonna flatten that. There we go. Good. Goodness gracious. My candy. Alright, now I can shape this. It's 1 minute. So I'm thinking making this a moon instead. So start with the full moon. And we'll have a little eclipse. Oh, I guess it's not actually an eclipse yet, but working towards it. Crescent moon. That's cute. It's 3-minute mode. So I have it set so that it does a 15-minute count and then 3-minute break between. Of course, I never actually use the break part. Alright, so we have, it's like a little crescent moon charm hanging off the hat now. That is cute. And it could be like a nice little kind of metal detail or something like that. Let's see. That's a lot. Too much. Just the kind of edge of this. There's a little kind of highlight on it. As long as it's kind of a little more kind of balanced. It was just like a lot of very strong highlight and very dark kind of shadow, so it just was way too attention grabbing. And right now it's pretty intense, so it's not too bad though. Like, compared to the background, it actually does fall back a bit, which is nice. I could perhaps start another timer for this. Just kind of like looking at where that backlight is. Just do a little of that. There. Just the smallest highlight. And I think that when we add the moons to the outfit, that'll kind of assist in that being balanced with everything else. Because right now it's kind of like, oh, that's a lot of orange on that side, and yeah, I think we can actually start to put the patterns on the robes. But first, I'm going to give the handle to the bucket, because I just thought of that. So should be above the candies. Of course, it's just made of the exact same material, so do anything fancy. Yeah, that's fine. Good enough. Um, hmm. Don't add anything to the robes, it'll end up being too much. You might be right. You might be right. I have an idea, though. I want to try, instead of like bright kind of gold or brass or whatever kind of details like we kind of thought might look neat, kind of like, ah, neat, let's put moons and stars all over it, you know, that kind of thing. What if instead it was more like a burned in kind of effect? So maybe linear burn, put down to like 19% or something, where it's just a little extra kind of detail. Nothing too crazy though. It's not gonna. It's almost like pajamas, right? Remember, he's going for a nice, comfortable outfit. It's already stressful enough in the tower for them, so. Should have given them some like nice, comfy slippers or something. Yeah, and I think the kind of idea of just moons was a pretty clever one, with it kind of like tying into, you know, the eclipse and stuff like that. But stars are also very fast and kind of easy to add that kind of nice punch to it. So I'm just doing stars. I think it still looks quite wizardy with it, and I like them. I'm not sure that the linear burn is the layer to use for this effect, but it seems like it's working. I'll try a couple others real quick though. So like maybe multiply would work if I kind of punch it up. Color burn might be good if I kind of use a different color. Color dodge is kind of neat too though. It has some nice kind of color range in it. Lighter color. Like the light ones, they add that color in and it's kind of nice and rich. I think it depends on what color I'm painting onto it too, so that matters. Divide is kind of nice actually, because it like warms the fabric by having it be that kind of light blue. I could even have it where it rolls up into that kind of light at the top. It kind of like catches that orange glow just on those. I'd have to add that manually, but that could look really nice. Okay, yeah, you like the dodge, but think it should be closer to the same warmth of the robes. I like that. All right, let's try that. Just see what these other ones do for it. Color. Let's see. All right, so we had. What was it? Linear dodge, or what was the one we started with? Linear dodge. I don't think that's what we started with. Linear burn is what we started with, right? Because it went darker. But then linear dodge has a nice look. Color dodge is good too because of that richness, but as they said, kind of tuning the color to be a little more in line. Let's see what happens. We add that purple instead. Alright. Not bad. Just trying out a bunch of different colors. See what they do with it. Ooh, actually, I like this. Because in the shadows it goes warm, and in the highlights it stays cool. That's really neat. That's actually what I want. And that's using that light up at the top. So that's cool. That works perfectly for me. Let's see what happens when I bring it up. It's a bit much. So I like it down around like 20%. Alright, I'm happy with that. Let's keep going. And we'll just kind of just add some fun around it. Some happy little stars and moons. Like a little friend down here. It's kind of weirdly kind of smushed around. It's folding around that brim, right? It's like, looks like a starfish. I'm gonna be careful with that one right there. I just feel like the way it kind of leans and it like leads into the face, it kind of like makes you, your brain is like looking for it to be something other than just that simple kind of shape on the hat. Like, how is this an eyebrow or something like that? So easier to just kind of avoid something that looks like it could be a part of the face or something. Alright, we'll add another one up here, I guess. I don't know, at this point I'm just kind of like, alright, I'll just fill all the space with it, I guess. Yeah, I like how in the shadows it has that kind of warmer quality to it. That's really neat. Very flat stars. What happens if I do this in the shadows? Yeah, see how warm it gets? That's pretty neat. Just trying to have this star kind of like folded into a crease. It's kind of smushed together. Alright. It's kind of peaceful, just adding cute little shapes onto this. Yeah. Have the tip of the ear have kind of like a little star on it, perhaps. Oh, here we go. We hit 15 minutes already. Didn't even notice. Alright, you're at 6 o'clock. So, basically have to call it with the, just basically fill in the last of the pattern, and that'll be that. So, I'm just gonna, I do want to do a drop shadow on the character too. So a few things that I still want to add. And here I was like, oh, maybe I'll do a couple of costumes today. That would be fun. Yep. I am aware of what time it is. Yeah. Make a full stir here, and then just chop it up. Yeah. Yeah. Make a selection there. Pull it in. Make a selection here. Pull it in. Shift it. That's how I do wrinkles, apparently. Alright, well, you know what? I'm gonna finish up all the details of the like stars on Monday, I think. There's not that much room to fill. I do want to post this to my art page. It's pretty cute. Let's just do a bunch of crescent moons. Those are fast. Can always at least tune it up on Monday anyways. So. Don't need to get these perfect right now. Yeah, the sparkle on the top. I'm gonna get that. There's such an easier way to do the moons. I'm dumb. Just draw your ellipse and then erase it. Boom, boom. So silly. So much easier. Alright, well that is that. Alright. One behind my ear here. Done that anyways. Alright. Quickly. This is probably not how I want to handle this, but linear dodge add. Shoot, I should have started dark. Alright, let's try this again. I just want to see what this does. Never tried this. Guess we'll start with that, and then we'll do this linear dodge add. We'll try green. Not quite what I want, but kind of cool. Alright, so I could maybe just I'll figure this out on Monday. I just wanted to kind of like give it the feeling of those kind of magical motes, right? I didn't get the cast shadow. Alright. Let's go cast shadow. It's just a very fast and sloppy kind of shadow. The hat is big, so it's casting a big shadow. Alright, I would say let's just go with multiply, pull it back. It's enough to kind of like just give a sense of the shadow. Yeah. Shadow's baked in on this one already, so it's kind of hard to modify it. Nice. Alright. It's not exactly where I wanted it to land. There's still some kind of pushing and pulling of values, and kind of color balance that I think it could use by the end. But of course, we're also just throwing a costume on this little guy. We don't need to go that crazy. Maybe. Look at all the layers that I've made. This poor boy, look what I've done to you. My goodness, I'm a monster. I don't know. I don't think it's too pink. I kind of like it. The way the wrinkles I've put on the hat look, it does look like the ears do not line up, though. Nothing is too pink. My 6:05 alarm. They're like, Jacob, stop working. You're done. It is time. My phone, it screams. It tells me I must finish. My day is done. Alright. Save. We're going to export it. Put it up. And that's that. We've done it. So yeah, I think I might tweak it just a little bit before I upload it, but I mean honestly, it's quite different. It's fun. I hope people enjoy. There are a lot of mice to work with, huh? A lot of them are spooky scary. All right, so let's put this for my page. Save. Send art. Facebook post. Costumed. Alright. And go to my art page. I even like a little bit of a highlight right on kind of the edges of those patterns where the light would kind of catch it. So it's like slightly reflective embossing on the robes or something like that. It would be nice. I'd probably also space them out a little differently. It's quite clustered down there, a little more spaced out on the hat. So maybe kind of evening it out between the two or something. Add photos. And then the beard, I think I would kind of bring a bit of that purple into it. Hello, upload photo. Content. Where are you? Here you are. I didn't end up flipping it around, did I? Yeah, definitely not less is more for this character. You're right. All right. Grab that Larry link. And paste. I think that's good. All right. Nice. All right. Post. Oh, all right. Yeah, this will be good to kind of like return on Monday and get a fresh look at what a monstrosity I have created, with your assistance, of course. I put all the blame on you with the post, by the way. All right. So yeah, time to go do the food thing for dinner time and relax for the weekend and all that goodness. I hope you guys had a good time. I certainly did. It's lots of fun, kind of like seeing what ideas you wanted to explore and all kinds of fun potential there. Yeah, definitely wonky. That's good. All right. Free blame. It's all yours. Enjoy. Uh, I'm glad you guys had fun. 1 minute left, Jacob. 20 minutes later, still working. Yep, that's me. All right. Thank you again so much. Absolutely love having you guys hang out with me. Super appreciate it always. And hope you guys have a safe and happy weekend. Happy hunting. And of course, wash your hands, wear your mask, social distance, Black Lives Matter, and take care of each other. And I'll see you around. All right. Until next time, happy hunting. Bye.